J43R underscore was first.
J43R underscore. An easy first. Did someone say Bingus? I mean, did that? I don't. I mean, they might have. It's always possible. Such a thing could have occurred. Okay. Finally got another Sekiro video. That's right. A whole another Sekiro video. Okay, let's open this up. All right, so the one thing that I thought of that I want to just take a look at with Bingus is basically if I find a weapon that I can either make frost through the Ash of War or just apply grease to, does it make sense to just never buy the frost thing? Instead buy 3 freeze greases to get me through 3 more fights. And then that gives me enough money to just buy like 10 more greases and just grease the whole game instead of ever buying the make my weapon frosty thing. Where a possible exception I could see is maybe being Consort, because it's really hard to grease in the middle of that fight, but outside of that, it feels like maybe just greasing is better. Just being a little greasy. Also, what up, Shafalovsky? What up, Stab the Stabber? So I'm basically just gonna see if I can find random weapon that's greasable or infusible. So random great sword, great axe, great hammer, whatever, that could take Savage Lion's Claw. And just try it out, you know? Just see what we see. I know for Omen Killer Cleaver specifically, it makes a lot of sense to grease it, so you can keep Wild Strikes, but
I can also that you're not then. Why not? I am Kale.
I am Kale. Found out about bingo brawlers from GDQ hotfix with you, Sweat, and MPT. I've since caught up on season 5, and I'm going back and watching season 4 now. Love the content. Got challenged to a bingo 1v3, and now you're consuming bingo content like crazy to learn. Let's go. Are you the 1 or are you the... I assume you're the 3 if you're learning. Seems like it would be tough to win a 1v3 if you're learning. Oh, helping to redeem. The one because I actually run rando. Oh, and the challengers do not. Okay, fair. Oh, I forgot to... I guess I have to open up a bingo board. I wasn't going to have a bingo board open so that people didn't get confused with why is there an empty board for 4 hours, but... I guess I have to... open something just so that the fog wall will go away. I guess while it's doing that, I can check roundtable hold. I know it's against the official rules, but that's not really what we care about for this. Already here. Refunded. Well, I would not use any of these. I would keep looking. But I do want to test something that is going to be regular smithing stones, so I can just buy those and then see if we can find a regular smithing stone weapon somewhere. Which season of Bingo do you find more interesting? I think season 5 is the best so far, followed by season 1. I definitely think season 5 is really, really good. Why season 1? I mean, it's been a long time, so it's hard to remember, you know, everything about season 1, but like, I felt like season 1, we all kind of just, or at least I was really bad at the game, and maybe that is coloring my perspective of it, but like, I felt like the level of play was like really low. That it was, you know, it was obviously, it was fine. It was like the best I think you could do with the first season, but I think it has since gotten evolved and, you know, overall better, probably, season to season. I think season 4 was really, really good. In season full of surprises and turning tables. I guess so. Oh, how the turntables. All right, we can check the katana spot. We can check the great axe spot. Hopefully one of them will be a non-somber. Nope, that's a somber. We can also check the great sword spot. So we've got 2 more reasonable checks. Spear I can't infuse, so the spear check doesn't matter, but we'll pick it up anyway. Great hammer check, I guess, is technically checkable. I feel like a lot of great hammers, though, are somber. I also kind of wonder if it depends. Grease is a set build-up amount, right? So faster weapons benefit more from grease, whereas infusing something to cold gives it an amount partially based on how, like, slow it is, right? Like, a heavy weapon gets a higher build-up per swing if you frost infuse it or cold infuse it. I think that's right. So theoretically, faster weapons are better to grease, and slower weapons could be better to infuse. Oh, what up, Shade Wolf? Although I think you get a frost proc off even with, like, the slowest weapon with the grease. Also, it's not on this board, I don't think. Yeah. But I do still kind of feel like the, Mikola Cross's square should not go down to 4. Five, I think, can make some sense. But 4 for Mikola Crosses is just too directly along the way. IMO. But yeah, in answer to your question about the best seasons of bingo, I think, I think I would say season 5 and season 4 have been probably my favorite two. I do think the DLC bingo is also, like, really, really good. Like, I think the highest viewership was season 3. So, like, by numbers, season 3 was the best bingo. But I don't know. Base game duo where you're both doing the same thing was kind of weird. Do I have favorite squares? I do have squares. I have, like, least favorite squares, but a lot of the good squares are just, like, all good. So it's not, I don't necessarily know that I have, like, favorites, but I definitely have least favorites. And then the ones that aren't my least favorites are, like, all quite good. Like, and I could just say, oh, my favorites are the ones that let me fight the things I want to fight. Like, Midra, kind of a bad-ish, not like a bad square, but like a square you do not want to go for almost ever. But I do love fighting me some Midra, so 10 out of 10, no notes. Okay. Midra has so much commitment. Yep. Really hard to just be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go for the Midra square. But when you finally get there and get to fight him, it's so good. Long half-axe, that's not what I need. I need something non-somber. I might have to re-roll the whole seed if there's literally 0 weapons I can test this with. Skip to Jory will make it a whole 2 seconds less commitment. That's right. That'll make all the difference. Whatever, I'll just touch the grace. That's too far, right? Yeah. So you need to jump off earlier so that you land on the higher bit, then go down more. Right. Yeah, you can see how little I check Milady. I do not consider this to be a good check spot. Even though I love greatswords, it feels too far out of the way. Why do you hold the block button? In case I want to do multiple jumps. If you don't block and you are sprinting and you try to do multiple jumps, everyone after the first one is a baby jump. If Season 6 were to happen, are there things you'd prefer to change? Yeah. Another Somberg! I just need any one non-Somberg. What can I even check? I can check the Great Hammer. The Somber Seed. Oops, all Somber. I require 4 rewards from chests to make the Milady check worthwhile. Well, X rewards, I suppose. I don't know. You could. I don't know. It's just like, it just takes a little while. And it's just not in the direction of anything else. Like the Great Axe check, technically takes just as long to go, but it's like directly along the way that you want to go anyway for stuff. So it's like, oh, it's actually basically cost you 0 seconds. Like this guy is also a theoretical check, but since you need to kill him, you either need to do it with a +0 club like I'm doing now, that you can see why that would be not ideal. Or you need to level up a weapon to then get your weapon. Which then is a big waste of resources. Been loving the bingo era, oh yeah. What do you think of 3i/Atlas? What? I don't know what that is. Okay. Late check can be interesting given the right squares, normal Ensis progression. Well, the problem is you never progress through Ensis normally. CBD said he will sometimes check if Bowls is on the board. Like, kill Bowls, then go check. The problem that I said with that is, okay, so then you're having a weapon set up to kill Bowls to then go check if you get a better weapon. Brickhammer, that's non-somber. Okay, 31, so 21 strength needed. Yep, solid. I like it. This will work as a potential check. Or as a potential test. Our future overlord. Oh, okay. Yeah. You could do Blade of Mercy, Fire Spark, Smithing Eights in Reprimand, and end on Flame Drake for greedier but better map progress. Oh, for 4 talismans? Last year it felt like it went on so much longer. More matches and people running practice every night. Wish there were more teams, games this time around. Yeah. I mean, I don't want it to go on forever. Like, I don't want it to go on for so much longer. Like, I wanted more games per day, more games per weekend. I don't want it to just stretch on for 3 months. Like, I don't want to be beholden to stay good at bingo for 3 months. Especially because a lot of people feel like the round robin stage, which is the longest meat of it, is like pointless anyway. And, why don't we just get to the, actual tournament part? That's the part that we care about that matters. And like, that would just be even shorter if we cut out the round robin part. And so having like a really long match that everyone's like, yeah, whatever, get on with it. Or a really long season feels like, okay, well, that feels weird. I mean, I'm okay. I definitely, more teams, more games, great. Just like, if it could stay only, around a month to month and a half, I think that would be great. 2 months, I think, is kind of pushing it. 3 months is like, I think, unacceptable. I'm not doing that for 3 months. For 4 rewards from chess. Oh, if that was a square. Ah, I see. Yeah. That is a brick on a hammer. I do love me a brick on a hammer. Yeah, we were doing checks for non-somber weapons because I want to think about the possibility of grease instead of making a weapon frosty. So now I have everything I need to test that out. Maybe not the best weapon to test it out with, but a weapon that I can put Savage Lion's Claw on. And so therefore could make frosty through infusion or could just grease. Whole season has been a month, playoffs included. We just had TwitchCon in the middle of it, right? Which is, yeah, a good, I think a good amount of time. Just like if you had the same formatting, but had 8 teams instead of 6, that would increase the number of games played to 7 times 4 instead of 5 times 3. So we played 15. It would instead be 7 times 4 would be 28 matches in the round robin format. So it would have been twice as long in the round robin. And then if you also made it so that instead of 4 teams in the top 4, you had like 6 teams in the top 4, that would extend that as well. So now all of a sudden you are looking at like a 2-month season. If you just went from 6 teams to 8 teams, it would basically double up the time spent from 1 month plus a week. 5 weeks is what we're going to have. 5 weeks, I believe. Yeah, 5 weeks. To somewhere around 8 to 10 weeks. So 2 months instead of 1. Which, again, I'm okay with that, but I'd prefer if it was like, yes, we get 8 teams or more, 10 teams, who knows, 12 teams. But then instead of doing 2 matches a day, 3 days a week, we did 3 matches a day, 3 days a week at minimum. Because I really think there is time to do at least 3 matches in a day. And so we could still get it done in hopefully under 2 months. Round robin is the best part, though. Like, that's where you see people getting better and learn the squares. Yeah, it's just like some people treat it as though, like, that's just the practice for the end, you know? Whereas, like, I feel like the practice should be what you do before the season as opposed to, like, the season is practice. I mean, obviously, you will also get better throughout the season. That's how it works. It's just, like, I think the whole season needs to be treated as important. So, in other words, I want whatever we're doing at any point in the season to feel good and impactful, and I want a lot of games. I just want them to get done with. I don't want it to stretch out for 3 months. Otherwise, I don't know that I can commit 3 months to bingo because I cannot move on. You'll notice every single day, not every single day, but almost every single day still, I'm practicing some bingo because I know that if I don't, I'm going to atrophy and my skills are going to go down. And, like, I want to perform well, obviously. Probably work. I think we need to do group staging and Swiss if more teams. Yeah, if there's enough teams, you probably, yeah, do need to do something like that. Okay, so. We could afford 3 grease for the same cost as a glintstone wet blade, and we gotta see what I like better. For bosses, so we can just start with the shrimplest one, the most, like, this will just give a DPS comparison of Black Knight Edred, and see. While you were sleeping, I was studying the bingo. We can count how many hits it takes to get a frost proc as well. I think if you do Edred, you usually do them at like 2 skidoo. How much cold? Ooh, wow, it causes 125 frost buildup if you make it cold. Whereas it loses... Technically, it gains... Technically, making it cold gains total attack power. It just becomes split physical and magic. Alright, well, I'm just gonna, for testing purposes, just smack him once. See how much damage it does. Make it cold, smack him again, see how much damage it does. 370 or 367, 367, Whereas if I make it cold, which technically has more AR but is split. Gonna make a save. I don't need to yet, since what I'm testing doesn't involve killing him, but I probably will, yes. $360, wait. Maybe it's just because Edred isn't very magic resistance. You, like, don't lose power from that. That's really interesting. 7 less damage for, I think it's twice as much frost buildup. I think freezing grease gives 60, and this gives 125. Wow. And then obviously you get the frost proc, and then while they're frosted, you get 20% extra damage. Wow. Yeah, against Edred specifically, with cold brick hammer specifically, super worth to make your weapon frost. Super, super worth. I wonder if the scaling changes. I wonder if, like, at higher stats that changes. We can make a save, and we can do John practice, and we can change around our stats and see how that changes as well. We can also see how many hits it takes to frost him with each of them. So let's start by making a save. And it's possible that Brick Hammer is just a weapon that happens to get stupid scaling in this case. Okay. All right, John practice. So if I were to just give myself infinity runes. And let's say just level up strength, because that's basically what this levels to. And only to 54, that's where it stops, like, really scaling better. Let's see how that affects it. Cold technically also adds an int scaling, but let's not worry about that really too much. $514 with cold. $20 magic, 20 strikes, so equal in negation. I do think a lot of DLC bosses are resistant to magic, if I remember right. 576. So it was 514 to 576. About a 10% damage difference at the highest strength scaling. Well, not the highest, but like the effective cap, because 54 doubles to 80 and strength stops scaling as well after 80. Or not doubles, 1.5s to 80. I think is how people have described it to me. And then let's see how many hits it takes to frost him with the grease versus how many hits it takes to frost him if it's cold. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8. Took 8. Maybe it could have been 7 if he didn't dodge, but close enough. 7 or 8. Versus if I make it just cold and no grease. Why not heavy version for damage check? Oh, that's a good point. I would probably make it heavy if I was actually scaling to the end. That's a good point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's literally half as many. Huh. And then obviously you get more damage when he's frosted, and an earlier proc might mean that you can get more total procs. So at least for Brickhammer, making it cold feels like it's gotta be better. Let's make it heavy though now. As pointed out. Cold diffusion based on the weapon, the grease is flat. Right. $628. It was 570 on standard and it was 514 on cold, so it's like a 20% damage difference to go heavy rather than cold, but you lose out on the cold, but then you could make it up for with the grease. We could count the number of hits it takes to kill him. Heavy, greased versus just cold. As much as I like bingo brawlers, I need this to end within 3 months because that's a lot of Elden Ring bingo. It is a lot. And I think that players can get burned out on it as well when it goes on really long. Okay, so let's count how many hits it takes to kill him with freezing grease. Till he's fully dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's going to be 26, 25, 26. 26 for heavy with freeze grease. Have you tried testing the poison hand stuff you were theory crafting? No, that's another good one to test. Whoa, excuse me, sir. So it took 26. That is like the best case scenario for our heavy scaling though. Obviously early game cold is just strictly better. You get the VIP? Yes, let me do that. I forgot to do it off stream. Should be VIP now. Try there it is. Yes. It's even like standard affinity is better strength scaling after 25 to 30 points in strength. It is. It's just not like a lot different, but yeah. Okay, so it took 26 hits with grease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, not quite dead yet, 27, 28, 29. 29 instead of 26. And we got 2 frost procs on it instead of just the one with the grease. So definitely very late game. Grease is better. But at least for this weapon, early game, frost is just better. It's just straight up better. Like in all ways. You lose a minuscule, you lose 2% damage. I guess 2% technically isn't like the lowest thing, but you lose 2% damage to double your frost amount per hit. So if I undid my levels, which I can do with John Practice, it would be fewer hits with frost. Red Camera is definitely a weird one. I didn't dive too deep, but I think for some reason cold was very slightly more strength scaling than heavy for the first 20 levels. Heavy is still better, which feels like the opposite of what should happen. Huh. So maybe we need to test a different weapon, a more standard weapon. Let's say something we are likely to have and see and use. Well, obviously, Great Omen Killer Cleaver, we would, but that one's an exception because you keep it unfrosted specifically so that you can use wild strikes on it. But let me spawn it in anyway, just to give a little. And then the one that I find that we get most often is just Great Axe, and then the one that we would also love to see a lot is Rusted Anchor. Edred is weak to lightning. What about that grease on heavy? You could. I don't know, like, I don't think I would swap around my greases per boss. It sounds like too much headache, too much, oh, now I'm fighting this boss, let me go back and buy this specific grease. And then, oh, I'm fighting this one, let me go, like, it's just not ever gonna be worth it, I feel like, to swap around, like, to spend the time warping back. You think I'm wrong about that? Like, if I happen to know, if when I'm buying other stuff, I know my plan right now is to go to Edred, yeah, I could probably buy some Dragon Bolt grease. Just, you know, as is. Oh, I know I'm going to Romina right now, I could buy some Mesmer Fire. Or, oh, I've got a plan where the next 3 bosses I'm gonna kill are Romina, Edred, and whatever. But, like, in general, if you're making a fluid bingo plan, I'm not going to warp back here for every boss I'm doing to get a different type of grease. I'd rather just be stocked up on some good grease that I can just be like, whip it out and just bam. Rather just stick with what's always good. Blood, lightning, and only differ for dragon if going Egon way. Blood is garbage. Blood grease, trash grease. Absolutely trash grease. Never use blood. Well, not never use blood grease. Rarely would you want to use blood grease. It is trash. It gets half the amount of freezing grease. You would always use freezing grease over blood grease in, like, every single situation. Maybe not every single, but in, like, almost every situation, freezing grease is just strictly better than blood grease. Rot grease can be very good. Poison grease is kind of usually just worse rot grease. Dragon bolt grease and mesmer fire grease can be great if you know something is weak to them. Obviously, dragon grease can be really good against dragons. And then freezing grease is your best overall grease. 38% increased damage from that communion grease is insane. Yeah, I should be getting the communion grease more. Honestly, I wonder if that would, like, solve-ish my, issue with the stupid dueling drakes and them always living at, like, 20% health. Pearson, how much faster or not faster lightning would be? Yeah. So if I just buy one to test. Holy Grease is decent in the DLC too. For specific, yeah, for specific things, absolutely. Okay, so let's make it not cold. Let's not even make it heavy either. Let's just... Well, I guess I only have a thing to test with heavy, so let's make it heavy again, which was 26 hits last time. So can we get fewer than 26 hits, or is Frost Grease still the GOAT? Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's worse than freezing grease, even though he's weak to lightning. Took one extra hit, took 27 instead of 26. If you had a fast attacking weapon, I think lightning grease would be better because you can apply the damage from the grease more often. But with a big, slow, heavy weapon, you just want the % increased damage from them being frosted. The cold proc adds a ton for the high damage hammer. Yep. Using a fast weapon, yeah, since it's flat. Right. That's why lightning... But maybe that's not why. But I think that is partially why lightning was really good on backhand blades, because they're very fast attacking weapons. Fighting dueling drakes, I think Frost Grease is always going to win. Gives big proc damage and damage buff. With dueling drakes specifically, their fire removes the frostbite, so you can get more procs. I feel like dueling drakes is scary to be fidgeting with grease when at any moment a fire breath could be about to bounce off a blade of grass a 90-degree into your face. Yeah, that's probably true as well. Less fidgeting always better, especially if going any of it involves a trip back to Kale. The 20 seconds for a buy run is sometimes less than the time it saves. Yeah, especially as you can see, like, even when they're weak to something, like, oh, Edred is weak to lightning. Like, it still just ends up worse than Frost. Frost is such a good status. I maintain Frost is the best status. I will continue to maintain that. Rot has some uses. If you're really, really low damage, Rot is pretty great. Bleed, I love that you can get it passively on a lot of weapons, right? You can just have bleed on your weapons, on your claws or something, and then also you can frost them or whatever. Right, love that it's passive. But if I only get one, if I only get a bleed infusion or a cold infusion, I'm picking cold every time. And if I only get a bleed grease or a frost grease, I'm picking frost grease every time. He's also weak to pierce, so maybe a lightning pierce. Yeah, I guess so. Proc plus status is just Too good so often, yeah. Frost is a great generic status unless they are immune. Right, right. Obviously, you can't do that on like the Ghost Flame Dragons or PK or stuff, but... If you have time to put a Frost Grease on in the fight, I think Rot Grease is almost always worth it. But just one Frost gets my vote too. Depends on how long the fight's gonna be. I think for a short fight, I think Rot Grease is like... Okay, whatever, who cares? You know? Like, if you applied a Rot to Edred, does it even have time to tick? Why don't we test? I mean, I'm maybe too powerful right now for this test. Maybe I need to retest with lower stats, but...
Always.
I don't think a Rot Grease on Edred is gonna make, like, any difference with a fully upgraded weapon. Obviously, it makes a difference if you're doing the, like, status, you know, 3 statuses or +0 weapon or whatever, but... Okay, so let's edit my stats. We're going to take away 44 strength. We're not going to take away that many, because we're going to add back to 21. So from where we took away 33. So my level should go down. Level 12 because I added 11 from the base. Yeah. Also have Kindred of Rot on. No. But I mean, if it only comes down to it's only better if you have Kindred of Rots, I guess I could see that, but feels a little committal if it's not actually good, but only is used to apply the thing. But I mean, I guess I could see that. Let's hear Edred's status effect rush was always Great Katana with Rot Grease and 1 or 2 Frost Greases. It's worked the same with any innate bleed weapon that can micro stagger him, which is unlikely. Right. I'm talking about just, obviously if you need statuses, you need statuses. I'm just talking about, like, how many hits does it save me if I Rot Grease him, you know? If it's a relatively fast fight like Edred is. I'm gonna guess just not that many. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. This does take a little while. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51 is going to do it. 51. Takes 51 hits. Yo, Niddle! Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We're testing out different strats and comparing their damage on a boss that gets staggered so easily we can just, like, use him as a punching bag. 51, that's a long fight. Yeah, but that's... that was with no status, no, like, any... That was just raw, barely have enough stats to use our hammer, and basically have no talisman since I wasn't actually activating the Blade of Mercy, and at level 2 Skidoo, which is like the lowest you'd get to him as. What Skidoo are we at? 2. Alright, so now we can Rot Grease, do the same thing, and see how many hits it takes, and then we can Frost Grease, do the same thing, see how many hits it takes, or alternatively just Frost application. I guess we should test Greases to be a little more fair to the Rot Grease, but technically I suppose we could also test both. Rot Grease till he's rotted, then swap to Freeze Grease. But let's just see if we just Rot Grease. How does it feel? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 43 instead of 51 saved 8 hits. Okay, now we'll try just Frost. Brick Hammer is a great hammer. I'll buy enough of things so that we can try out all our different grease ideas. This is not meant to specifically test Edred, although that's kind of what we're ending up as. Just kind of looking at different statuses and the possibility of, like, is it worth it to grease and swap around greases instead of making your weapon infused? Because usually I go no grease until I infuse something, but I'm thinking I probably should go grease until I have enough money to infuse, and then, depending on the weapon, I don't know if it's better to just always infuse or always grease from then on, or if it's like, this weapon it's better to infuse, this weapon it's better to grease. So I don't know. Not just the 8 hits though, but maybe at least one pause waiting for Stagger to pass. Maybe, but I mean, like, I don't know. If there's a big enough difference, I think we'll see it regardless of, like, how the fight specifically plays out. Feels like each weapon has its own thing. That's probably true. I wonder if I can make a general rule for myself of weapons heavier than this, you always infuse. Weapons lighter than this, you always grease. That would be more helpful to me than just going like, well, actually, you need to look up their very specific scaling in order to, like, I'm not doing that. I can't do that in the middle of a match. I need to just have something that I can do. Like, probably there are weapons that are exceptions to the rules, but let's assume that that's not the case most of the time. All right, let's count the hits again. This time with Freezing Grease. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. He's stalling me out. 32, 33, or was that 34? I don't know. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, oh, so it would be 47. 100%, it's 47, which actually did not save that many hits. It was a bit of a weird fight, though. So it's 46 or 47. I think it was probably 46, because it probably the one that I wasn't sure to count, I don't think was. Well, 43 for Rot, 46 for Frost, 51 for No Grease. Interesting, interesting. Are Ashes of War available in the shop? No, they are not. What if I made it cold? What if we, this low of damage, made it cold instead? It should be less than 46, because you should just frost earlier, but let's see. Practicing the status square. No, we are testing how good greases are in comparison to infusions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, same as the rot grease. For the science notes, keep in mind that Edred is unique in that you're able to just bully him freely. Bosses that like to dance around, you punish windows every 5 seconds, are going to take longer to proc stuff. Yep. So, but the good thing to note there, the cool thing to note, is that Rot Grease performed way better than I was expecting. Now, Edred is very rottable. Rot was 43? Oh, wait, Rot was 43. Oh, so it's even better. But still, Rot was close to as good as our best case scenario of Infusion, which we said basically doesn't lose us damage and gets us twice as much frost buildup as the Grease does. And Rot Grease still almost kept up, despite that being a very, very good boss for Frost Grease, because you get to just keep hitting him. So you get a lot more out of your 20% damage increase on this boss than you would on other bosses. So, if other bosses are rottable, that could be a thing. I'll bet if we went to Relana, I bet rot grease clears. I mean, you probably like rot and frost. That's probably your best bet. But, and this is even with a weapon that seems to do really, really well with frost, with cold infusion. I do wonder if... So let's take a look at some of our other potentials. Great Omen Killer Cleaver. You use grease. The reason you use grease is because you want to keep wild strikes. Rusted Anchor, though, another quite common one. If we compare its infusions... that becomes 450. It does look like the cold doesn't lose it that much either. Let's check. Let's see how much Rusted Anchor does on one hit versus the cold infusion. If lightning grease on the Omen is worth due to Wild Strike's hit rate. You know, very possible. Edred and Rolana's resists are very similar. $665 is what that said for a single hit. $665. I shouldn't have hit him twice, so it went away faster than I was expecting, but... Think Rolana the Greases will outperform since 40 strike, or 20 strike versus 40 magic resist. Yeah. Do you have the table of the resistances handy that you could link? That I could look at and see, like, which bosses it might make more sense. 478. Wait, what? Did I say 478? Hold on, let me try again. Let me make sure there's no shenanigans with like when I'm hitting him or something. $478, yeah. That's like a giant decrease for making it frost. Of course, you let damage on hit, but you get a frost proc. So that's the thing. When we were testing it on Brickhammer, you didn't get less damage per hit, really. It was basically the same damage per hit. Versus, yeah, 665. That's a huge difference. Why is that so much of a difference for Rusted Anchor when it wasn't for Brickhammer? Huh. Brickhammer with more stats, it's oddly similar because scalings. Brickhammer has very good strength scaling and maybe more frost because of weapon type. Yeah, could be. Got it from the Hitless Discord many moons ago. I think it gets updated as is. I don't think you need a new one, but... You need access. I have to request access. Well, that's not the one then. There's definitely a publicly available one. Less pierce damage and more magic. I mean, yes, but... Oh, I guess the scaling number does go down for these, whereas with the Brickhammer... You can see the scaling number basically doesn't go down in total. 180 versus 170. Whereas with the Rusted Anchor, you go from 160 to 150 50. I guess that's actually not that much different either. Yeah. I don't know. Who's your favorite team to win, and why is it monkey business? I'm not sure. Okay. This one works. This one I can see. I just would need to find the right part of this to where the bosses are. I guess you just search or something? Hang on. Probably hitting a weakness versus not with a hammer, making the damage split not as impactful with hammer as well. Because he's weak to pierce? Yeah, that could be. Because magic can't be pierce. This match is on Friday or Saturday? Because Saturday means longer wait. It's on Saturday. Okay, so if I just find Black Knight Edred boss. Damage negation. Yeah, he is weakest to pierce. Well, he's weakest to lightning by a lot, but then similarly weak to pierce, and he's not super resistant to magic, but the new game 1 to 7 has categories, yes. Interesting. He's also very relatively rottable. 303 resistance. If I instead will look at Relana. Yeah, basically the same resistances, except that she's super resistant to magic. And also equally rottable as Edred, which would not be too bad. So the schedule yours is Sunday. Oh, sorry, right. Mine is Sunday, yes, because it got changed around. It was going to be Saturday. Now it's Sunday. I sent one of your random copies the first time so you can mess with numbers. That could be it. Okay. Interesting. All of this is too specific. None of this is answering the question. The question that I want to answer. Is it always better to infuse? Is it always better to grease? Is it sometimes better to do each? And if it's sometimes better to do each, then what's the cutoff? What's the easy rule that I can keep in mind for when it's better to do which one? That's the question I want to answer. And I don't know how to answer that. I think it's dependent on the weapon. On the specific weapon or on weapons as some sort of a rule. So, for example, heavier weapons, better to do this. Lighter weapons, better to do this. Right? Like, if I can just make a rule for myself of, like, here's the cutoff, then even if there's some exceptions, we'll be in a good spot. Need to look at specific weapon since they have different scaling with cold. And just everyone just has different scalings with cold and there's no general pattern to it. That's annoying. Love the Sekiro Bingo YouTube vid today. Yo, thanks, so Smash Pumpkin. The rule is if the boss is weak to the weapon damage type, then don't infuse unless the boss is weak to that infusion. That could be the rule. You know what it could also be, though? And hear me out. Let's head to Rolana. For testing, let's head to Rolana. It could be the infusion is actually always better on long enough fights, or fights where you get hits infrequently enough, because you'll get many more frost procs with the infusion doing twice as much frost per hit. Or it could be the opposite. It could be their frost resist gets so high eventually that you don't even get any more frost procs, and so the infusion is kind of useless, or at least that aspect of it being better because it does twice as much frost becomes useless. You know? If I was long enough, I'd say don't infuse but rot. We'll test that. We'll see. Now, in theory, we need to test this by time, but time is so variable based on when you happen to be able to get hits in that that's hard to test. So instead, we're going to have to count hits. And I think I'm going to need you guys to help me count hits because, like, I am just... It's going to be a nightmare to try to count hits. So I'm just going to go in. I'm going to hit her. I'm going to do only R1s. I'm not going to take riposts because that'll throw off our counts. I'm just going to only R1 her, and you guys count the hits. We'll do it starting with infusion, see how many hits it takes, and then... And this is, like, kind of worst case scenario because she's very weak to pierce and very resistant to magic. And then we'll try Rot Grease and see if it's more or less hits. Upgrade Skidoo for Rolana. If I'm rushing her, I think I'd be at Skidoo 3, and that's what I'm at. Are we assuming stuff like Kindred of Rot and such? Currently, no. I'm not assuming any talisman setups yet. Because obviously you could have Kindred of Rot, but then also, you know, if you didn't have Kindred of Rot, you could have a different talisman. Like, it'd get a little too complicated, I think, to think about that, but... If you plan on rot greasing, you would use it. Right. But let's start with not. And then if it's, like, close, you can be like, well, but the Kindred of Rot would push Rot over the edge. And if Rot is just better anyway, then it's like, you know. And if Rot is much worse, then Kindred of Rot's Exaltation isn't going to save it, especially because you then need to commit to Kindred of Rot's Exaltation and, you know, don't get another like, so, you know, we'll see. We'll see based on where it's at. Okay. Sending it, just count the R1s. And hopefully I don't just die. No taking this. I'm not even going to hit her while she's downed. Oops. A little too close. Oh, I was so sure she was going to do the blue. I was told there's no hitbox close to her on that. Someone lied to me. Okay, how many hits was that? But you can time it to get a jump heavy after she lands. Right, right. 43 hits. You counted 42, 43, 43. Okay, well, it seems like the consensus is 43. 43 with the infusion. 3 frost procs. Correct. Because it's got so much frost with the infusion. We would not get 3 frost procs if we used grease. I can tell you that much. So, now we keep the same thing. We just undo the enchantment. And now, do we want to go rot plus frost or just rot? Counted 6 jumping R2s. Those were jumping R1s. Which do slightly more damage than a standing R1, but not enough to make a difference. Rot plus Frost seems more like what you would do. That's a good point. So we'll try Rot plus Frost. That one did not hit, by the way, so it's only... Now it's 3. Oh, that's... I thought I... Well, gotta redo. Sorry. I can just spawn in more rot grease. I thought I was on heal. Oops. There's a... I mean, a skill issue problem, but there's a potential problem with... doing greases is it is a little more mental strain, but it's fine.
Always.
Just
Goodbye.
there. Okay, now we should be fine. She's so annoying. Just let me heal. sure. Good thing I bought more. Jumping R2s usually do more than a standing R2, but less than a charged R2, generally. Alright. Go again. But this time, surely Rolana won't be so annoying. Just kidding, she will of course be just as annoying or more so. No, don't take the riposte. Oh, and we can't even calculate how much damage the riposte did because if Frost proc happened at the same time, well. Ah, when I died, whatever. This is so annoying. I hate Rolana so much. Whatever. Go again. I can just give myself a bunch of runes so we can get infinite of these greases.
Always. Goodbye.
Rot procs on 7 hits. Depends on how fast I get the hits, but yeah. The problem is she takes less damage in second phase, so being like, she was halfway dead. We can just extrapolate how many hits it would take. It doesn't really work, because... Okay, how many hits was that? $38. Okay. Okay. That's reasonably better. 5 less hits, so about 10% fewer hits. A little more than 10%. Fewer hits. That is arguably the best case scenario for Greases, though. A boss that is super weak to the physical type and super resistant to the magic, so that it makes the most sense to do non-split. Which probably makes as much of a difference as using Kindred of Rot's Exaltation. So it's definitely not like a make or break difference between the two. With Rot, you're going to get less hits if she stalls. Yes, but that's kind of exactly the point. She is a staller, so in a boss that is a staller... Because, like, a boss that's, like, going to be a quick fight because I have so much stats, I'm just going to plow through them. Yeah, I wouldn't even use Rot Grease. You know, if I'm late game and I'm going to, like, ADM or something, yeah, why would I ever do Rot Grease? I'm just gonna either infuse or just Frost Grease and just pop, 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 pop. So this was the, if we have a slow fight, and we know it's going to be a slow fight, because I'm low skidoo, Rolana just kind of takes forever, she stalls, is Rot worth it? And the answer is yes. Although for Rolana specifically, it's also because the cold infusion with the magic split sucks. Worth also timing the fights, given that some bosses stall a lot. I'm looking at you, Romina. Well, the thing is, it's really hard to time for that exact reason. If you try to test two different things, but one time she stalls and one time she doesn't, then you might think that, oh, it's way faster on this one, and it's just because she didn't stall. So that's why number of hits was what I was counting, because, like, stalling, the number of hits basically takes into account how much they stall, right? If they stall for 2 minutes, but you still get 1 hit at the end of it, you're only upping your count by 1 hit instead of upping it by 2 minutes. So that's why I think number of hits is a slightly better comparison here. And then you can think about, oh, how long does it take to get those 5 extra hits, you know? Would have to aggregate it, but that would need the hundreds of runs of perfect play each to really know for time. Right, exactly. Let's also consider the fact that if you have to grease, you're losing out on at least 1, very possibly 2 hits in reapplying the grease time. So, because you have to pick, like, a good opportunity to reapply it, or you have to pick an okay opportunity, start reapplying, get hit, and then you have to heal, so you'll lose a second hit then. So I think generally every grease applied costs you 2 hits worth of time. I think that's a reasonable assessment. It's either during a long break when you could get 2 hits in, or it's during a short break and then you also have to heal again later. So that would put it at the equivalent of 40 hits instead of 43, which is all of a sudden not looking that different, even in kind of our best case scenario of Rolana. However, Cold Infusion also scales worse, so we're also giving it the best case scenario of we're doing it at low stats. So, You just reapply once? Yeah, but like in the middle of the fight. He's also weak to lightning and pierce. Yep. Every grease past the first. Correct. Every grease past the first. Okay. Interesting. Interesting results. Interesting. Yes, interesting. Basically, what we're finding is, at the very least, they're always close. Like, this was not a blowout victory for what could have been a blowout use. Kindred of Rots, what's the stats on it? 20% increased for how long after you apply rot? Or is it for as long as they're rotted until it falls off? Free use during the phase transition when you aren't hitting her anyway, though? Well, no, but you would be hitting her anyway. Normally, you would be hitting her during the phase transition. I just, you know, sometimes you can't always. But, like, if you can't hit her during the phase transition, it's because you have to run away and, like, build space. And if you tried to grease as you run away and build space, you're going to get hit by your phase transition. 20 for 20. That's not even that good. Am I crazy? Am I crazy to say that that's not even that good? Like, that's the same as Blade of Mercy, but I'm gonna get more staggers on her than I'm gonna get rot procs, right? Like, if the fight only went on for 20 seconds after she got rotted, then it's like, wow, that's really good. But then at the same time, your rot just isn't ticking, and all you're using it as is just the talisman at that point. Not worth it? I wouldn't say not worth it. Just, like, not crazy. Not, like, so ridiculously good that it's, like, this is gonna make the difference, you know? No guarantee you can get good hits in that 20 seconds. I mean, I'm just gonna assume you can get at least a good hit in. But yeah, Blade of Mercy affects the crit itself, which is always good. And you can almost always, after a crit, get a charged R2 in at the very least. You're not crazy. Don't do Kindred of Rot unless you're playing with Flower Blooms twice. Also, is Rot 30, 60, or 90 seconds? I don't know that. I think it's 6... No, I actually don't know. I think Deadly is 30, regular Poison is 60, Rot is 60, I think. Blade of Mercy is the best, yeah. Just guard counter Rolana like yesterday? Well, yeah, if I have a board where I can do that, that's really good. But it's like cheating. What a broken Lobo. Ship. Shup sounds like you're abbreviating shut up. Okay, so maybe we should test on a boss that's less directly antagonistic to the infusion? Maybe like Hippo? Is Hippo a good test? Deflect tier, my beloved. Maybe we send it Hippo. Lepo. Fortunately, Kindred of Rots doesn't care if the boss is poisoned or rotted. It needs to be a fresh proc. Right, right. Deflect here is one of the best things they added. Wrong. It's the best thing they added. Easily the best thing they added in the DLC. Genuine game changer in terms of fun. Like, I complain about a lot of weapons feeling very samey. Playing with Deflecting Hard Tier does not feel the same as not playing with Deflecting Hard Tier. I heckin' love that tier. It's so fun. Sekiro style. As a Blade of Mercy master, do you have a mental list of all the weapons where you do get the bonus damage on the crit itself? Basically every heavy weapon. As long as it's a riposte from the front. I'm not sure I can think of a heavy weapon where it doesn't happen. I know it doesn't happen on, like, the katanas where you just, like, stab them and then that's it. But great katanas, I think you usually, like, small hit, big hit. And then hammer, I think, is usually, like, same thing, small hit, big hit. Or axe, this is. It only adds damage on the second hit of the riposte. Right, right. Great katanas are like the heavy weapons, yeah. And since I basically always use heavy weapons, that means I basically always get the bonus from Great Katana on it. Okay, let's start with a cold. Once again, we will not take the riposte, which is going to be very sad for me because I love taking my hip posts. Am I going to hit it while it's down on the ground? It would make the fight go a lot faster, but could arguably mess up the results slightly. You need more practice with it, though. Almost died using it yesterday. Oh, with the deflecting hard tier? Whatever. It's a rare enough occurrence. No, you don't. It's fine. Thought it also depended on the enemy. It does slightly, because enemies do have different crit animations, but as a general rule, heavy weapon on almost any boss is going to be a double hit. Start with a cold. We are starting with a cold. All right, count the R1s. Not hitting it while it's down, which pains me. Well, that was weird. I somehow got a baby jump while blocking. Oh, that was really cool. And I got hit by a ton of needles while full running. Thanks, Hippo. You're such a cool and consistent boss. Is this some kind of no riposte run? We're testing out different damages on different, whether to use greases or infusions. So I don't want the results to be based on how many ripostes I get, so we're just counting R1s. That's a hitbox. Yep. Hippo is dumb. Hippo is really stupid. The phase 1 is almost kind of good. And then in phase 2, they're just like, what if we just made it completely unfun in every way? Like, every one of its phase 2 moves is really incredibly annoying. Its only good moves in phase 2 are the ones that it brings over from phase 1. Yeah, all right, just infinite needles. That one did not hit, by the way. And this does take a lot of hits. I mean, I guess you usually get a lot of your damage from the riposts. Ow. Also, why am I bugged to not be spending any stamina? Is that a part of the John practice? Okay. How many was that? Watching Bio makes me realize how many attacks I just never learned to dodge properly, like all the phase 2 hippo stuff, yeah. 51, that's part of the practice tool. What did I press? I pressed 2? Okay. I'll get that out of here. Alright, so now... I should also just compare... Well, whatever. We'll just do a full go through. We'll do rot grease into 1 freeze grease, and we'll see what happens. I'm hitting it once because I want to keep the rod up. Well, twice, I guess. There we go. It's rotted. Now we can swamp. Twice in a row. Very cool. Very cool, hippo. I might just not get a frost proc at this rate. I'll make sure I get at least one, even if I have to double grease. Yep. What a cool boss. Okay, I do need a double grease. There we go. Take that. Okay, how many is that?
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. 44, 45. Okay. Instead of 51. So it's still around 10% lower hits. But having to reapply grease does suck. And if the hippo stalls, you have to apply it twice, which loses us like 4 hits worth. And it actually kind of lost us like 6 hits worth because I kept also then having to heal after, and it was like a giant disaster. But so in this particular case, it was worse, but only because I had to double apply just to get a single frost proc. Whereas normally you'd get a frost proc in the first one and it would be worth it, just not the greatest thing ever. At least if the hippo stalls with rot, still dealing damage. Yeah. I mean, I think the rot ran out before the end there, right? Like, it got its full damage in. I think the way I learned PCR made light rolls important for dodging the phase 2 pillars during combos, but I probably could have rolled different. Yeah. Generally, I would always recommend people to do medium roll and to learn things as medium roll. The defense is usually very worth it, and you can still find ways to roll things as medium. I underused light roll. Only Calamite really forced you to light roll. Does it? I don't remember that happening, but... Missed out on a decent chunk of extra damage from the frost procs on the first attempt. Oh, just because I wasn't able to hit him a lot during it? I mean, yeah, but that's kind of just how it's going to happen, you know? So... Oh, man... If the infusion was less hits, it'd be easy, because we could just say, oh, infusion, much better. Much better. Yes, much better. Let me hit him once, no infusion, just to see the number, and let me infuse and see the number. See if it's only because of, like, E-Dread that it was way different, or whether this weapon, it's just... 532. Calamite on Light is a different boss completely. Huh. It's been a very long time since I calamited, so I don't know. $532? Wait, what? Isn't that the exact same number that I just said? So, for Hippo specifically, it's the same? It's literally the same number? His Pierce and Magic Resist are both 0. Yeah, literally the same number whether you infuse or not. That's... quite a coincidence. When resists are the same, the damage is the same. Well, but that's not exactly how it works, but... Because the split damage isn't the exact same number. But that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Well, Nippo's pretty big frost resistances. Oh, I'm sure. But let's see. What are his resistances? If I find golden hippopotamus boss. Yeah, he's only slightly weak to slash and then somewhat weak to fire and lightning. And his frost resist is, yeah, quite high, 681. That does explain why I needed 2 greases to get it done. The split damage should be the more no, though I guess scaling changes a bit. So usually split damage sucks in Elden Ring. At least at relatively low levels in scaling. Usually split damage is terrible. And the reason is because you apply... There's 2 forms of damage negation. There's a percentage damage negation, and there's a flat defense. And the defense applies to all different types of damage. So let's say that I was going to do, let's say that these were the numbers, right? I'm going to do physical of, add those together, that's 511. But then he's got a physical defense of 123, so my 511 will get reduced by 123. And then he's got 0% physical resistance, so I'll do whatever that number is. That would be 390-ish, right? I would do about 390-ish physical before all the other stuff that I have, right? Whereas with cold, I'm doing about 380 physical and 200 magic, but the 380 physical gets reduced still by that 123, and the 200 magic gets reduced by the 123. Sort of. The math is more complicated than that, but that's the kind of way that it works. So each of them gets reduced, so it's like you get double the reduction from the base defense. So a lot of times split damage can be really terrible at low levels, but in this case, it's apparently fine. Yo, Patty IRL! Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raider. Split damage being bad is a base game issue with very low stats, with Skidoo buff, and any kind of strength dex, you're getting to overcome whatever base damage, nuclear scientist math gets incorporated. Yeah. It is less bad in the DLC, for sure. Part of why we're totally okay with going cold a lot of the time, even though it's split damage. Have an amazing stream. Yo, thanks, Patty. Infusion for Hippo is just easier to deal with, at least. It's definitely much easier to deal with. I think if you asked me which one I would rather have, I think I would still rather have Infusion. But the other things to think about with Infusion versus Greases. Early game, Greases are easier to afford on your first boss kill. After that, infusions are more affordable because you don't have to keep buying them over and over and over again. And in the late game, you don't care about how much things cost. So in the late game, the scaling of heavy is going to make more of a difference. So I think the theoretical best for the types of weapons that I like to use, which are heavy weapons, is grease your first boss, infuse your second boss onward, and then once you have your full setup, so once I've gotten my Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, and I go back into Strength to get it up to 54, go back to Heavy, and buy a ton of greases. Just an absolute ton of frost greases, maybe some rot greases if you're gonna fight some, like, things that somehow are gonna live against you, which is unlikely at that point when you're powerful, but yeah, early game, if I could only buy one grease, would I rather have rot or would I rather have frost? Is another question to ask. If I literally only have the money to buy one. Smash boss set his HP to 0. Yes. Found out infusion does the same damage as non-infused on Hippo. We did find that out, yes. Rot with stalling enemies. Yeah, actually, Rot has to be better, considering we got at least 2 frost procs on the Hippo, and still took more hits with the exact same damage of weapon when we were comparing infusion versus greases. So yes, Rot has to be better for a long enough fight. Rot probably does more damage, especially with how long the fights are. That's the full Rot damage. Yeah. So whatever boss you're gonna fight first, unless it's like Edred, who's pretty fast, but if your first fight is gonna be Hippo, if your first fight is gonna be Rolana, if your first fight is gonna be whatever, don't infuse, buy a Rot Grease if you can afford it. Buy a Rot and Frost Grease if you can afford it. And if you can afford to go all the way to Infusion, and you don't have anything else you need to spend it on, then I guess you might as well. This is making me wonder if the greases cost as much as the two physic tiers together. Is a grease better than the physic tiers? Probably not. Heads up, Aggie and Parky tried to defrost meat in warm water, and long story short, they both have food poisoning. Finger crossed, they're out of the hospital in time for their next match. Wait. They had to go to the hospital? Not just like, oh, we're feeling a little sick in our... They're hospital bound? Oh, no. That's not good. That's real not good. Uh-oh. Have we ever taught them how to defrost safely? Bummer. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'd have to Google it. Slightly exaggerated the case, but you need to educate them about food safety ASAP. Yeah, I guess. I think their memeing was on stream with them arguing about thawing meat. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, ah, what? Because I saw something about Aggie was talking about thawing meat, but it sounds like a joke. I was like, I hope that's a joke, but like, I mean, I guess that's a plan. That's a plan. Would it make sense to always buy rot grease at the start? I mean, it's a risk, because sometimes you need that money in order to be able to upgrade your weapon. How much time would rot grease save in a lot of these fights is the other question. Oh, man, if we just had a tiny bit more money to start, everything would be so much nicer. Also, being an armor lad is expensive. Wanting to always buy armor so that I don't have to go back to the round table hold. They do make a habit of thawing meat in warm water, which is a no-no according to most food health agencies. Huh. Is that... Why is that? What is it meant by front versus backside access when you're discussing bingo? So... This is Shadowkeep. There are two entrances. This way, where you ride straight up to the front of the castle, and it says Shadowkeep main gate. Pretty well implies that's the front of the castle. And then you can get into the castle that way, and then you can kind of climb it up, spiraling up normally. And then instead, you could go around through Bonnie Village, across these, ride around here, and there's an entrance over here. It's more of a side entrance than a back entrance, but we'll call it backside of Shadowkeep. That you then go through this flooded church district, and you end up still in the Shadowkeep, but in a different section where you can more easily just climb straight up to the top instead of having to spiral your way around. My brain thought hot equals destroy bacteria for some reason. Well, you'd have to get it hot. That's like cook destroys a good chunk of bacteria. Not just like warming it does not destroy bacteria. Can't grease most somber weapons. That's 10,000 goes far at the start of the game. That's a good point. There's a lot of sombers. There's a lot of... Yeah, you know, you're totally right. There's no reason to. Yeah, that's a good point. So our early game plan isn't really going to change much, at least. My standard buys are still usually pretty good. Just sitting in warm water is perfect for growing all the dangerous bacteria. Oh. Oh. Warm water is temperature for bacterial growth. You ideally want to defrost meat in the fridge overnight, or at least thaw in cold running water. Oh, interesting. If you eat the meat before the bacteria grows, it is safe. Yeah, yeah. But you wouldn't want to leave it in warm. I see. The meat from the freezer and put it in the fridge the night before. I can't imagine regular defrosting with water, let alone warm water. If not the fridge, then just air. Proceed to cook the meat. Surely all the bacteria dies anyway. Probably not all, but most. You're probably a lot safer, obviously, cooking it thoroughly. So it's like you wouldn't want to thaw it in warm water and then eat a steak like rare. Because then it's probably not cooked enough that, you're probably playing with fire there. Whereas if you have a safely thawed steak, you could eat it rare and be fine. Kind of a thing. Like if you thawed it in warm water, you might need to cook that well done, and then you're going to be suffering on your steak eating. You can't cook out poison the bacteria poops out. Oh, well, there you go then. Never mind then even. It's not the bacteria itself, it's that stuff. From 41 to 135 is the range that facilitates bacterial growth, according ServSafe restaurant policy. That's the risk with warm water. It grows more, so the chance that bacteria could survive. Health inspector, back when I ran restaurants, you should only thaw meat in a cold fridge. Any open air water, etc. was forbidden. Well, good. I will keep that in mind if I'm thawing meat in the future. Hopefully, Aggie and Parky are just fine. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to test out. How broken can we make Poisoned Hand? It takes 28 arcane, which is a lot, but... Now I need to go 18, so I'll be level 19. So first, let's just see how Poisoned Hand feels with no accompaniments. No Kindred of Rots, no... Perfect for that 30 arcane square, yeah. I mean, it's just iron balls, is it not? And it has its own built-in Kindred of Rots. Oh, it's just iron balls. Holy. It's just iron balls. It's so stupidly good. Stop. Maybe when I play badly and get punished for it. Yep. What time is it for me? 11:22 p.m. Also does deadly poison, which lasts shorter, so much more uptime on Kindred. Exactly. So, do a little comparison. Spawn item. Iron Ball. Need one more strength. Well, I guess I'll just... So, Iron Ball damage does only a single ball, apparently. $7.18. Poisoned Hand does $7.08. Yeah, it's just as good as Iron Ball. But when you get him poisoned, it now just does even more. Yeah. In a strange twist of events, Poisoned Hand is just better than Iron Ball. Assuming you can get the stats for it, which for a base gamer could be tough, but for a DLCer, that's fine. Sure do love that hitbox. Sure do love that hitbox. Well, okay, no, wait, I'm being a little unfair to Iron Balls. Because I did put all my stats into Arcane for this test, so it would scale better with the fist. So, to be fair, we'll get our strength to 28 as well. Which technically scales the Poison Hand slightly, but is much better scaling for the Iron Ball. So we'll put them both strength and Arcane to 28. Which is 17 more. So now they should be more approximately equal. Balls scale better in the long run? According to the letters, they don't, but 892. Versus 732. Okay. It was just the stats that was making it look like it. Iron Ball still better. But the poison will make up for a lot of that damage on Poison Fist. Especially with the Kindred of Rot's Exaltation adding damage. The Ash of War is neat too. Oh, I can try the Ash of War. Well, it just applies a bunch of poison, right? So there's no reason to do it if they're already poisoned. Oh. Cool, that one-shots. After you avoided. The practice mod? It says there on the screen, but if you can't read it, it's John D. San Donato's practice tool. It's a lot of poison buildup. How much poison buildup? 2 uses poisons a hippo. That's quite a lot of poison buildup. Quite a way to keep your Kindred of Rot's exaltation up. And there it is again. Yep. Now you're just poisoned again. Basically 100% uptime on poison. How fast does deadly poison do damage? Does it do damage as fast as rot does? It just lasts less time? Or... because I know in total it does less than rot. That move is very stupid. Basically impossible to avoid. Get poisoned, dummy. Seems pretty good. Poison lasts 90, deadly lasts 30. I'll do more of an entire duration since it's 90 seconds. Right, but damage per second. What's the damage per second of each of them? Link to the GitHub if that's cool. I think I have it in your favorites. Yeah, you could do that, Mustache Guy. Or you could DM as well if it's a specific person that wants it. Make sure rereading your messages before you send them. Yeah. Poison actually does more damage, but takes longer to do so. Deadly is less, but faster. DPS is deadly greater than regular. I meant compared to rot. I know deadly is obviously much greater than regular. 0.14 for poison, 0.18 for rot. For deadly poison or for regular poison? Deadly poison is 0.14% HP plus 14 damage per second. Awesome. Okay. And then rot is 0.18% HP plus something per. Deadly is 7. Poison is 7. Deadly 14. Okay. Well, that's the flat amount. The percent HP is probably the amount that matters here. Unless it gets... does the percent amount get nerfed in the DLC? I think it does. Plus 15 for rot? Okay. So basically the same on the plus amount. So deadly poison is almost as much damage per second as rot. And you can keep deadly poison up almost all of the time with this weapon. That's pretty good. I mean, obviously rot is still better than that, but The fact that you then also get a damage buff whenever you apply the poison that stacks with Kindred of Rots? Why did none of the wikis say what Rot actually does? You know, that's a great question.
Always.
So I know I said it's an unfair comparison. But Kindred of Rots with this would, I think, be broken. So...
Goodbye.
Let's count the hits. Iron Balls versus Poison Fist with Kindred of Rots Exaltation. Extra is a fountain of lies, yep. I am just gonna hit it while it's down, just for ease. Probably could have staggered it out of that, but whatever. Hate you. Hate you and everything you've ever done. I hate you and everything you've ever done. Stop doing the stupid moves. Just do normal. Ow. My bad. Okay. How many hits is that? 36. Okay. Now let's see Poison Hand at the same approximate stats of 28 of its thing that it actually scales with. But with Kindred of Rot's Exaltation. Was I supposed to be counting? I mean, somebody was. And 2 people were, so we're good. Can you just be normal, please? Thank you. Okay, how many is this? 35! Less! One less! It's official! Poisoned hand greater than iron balls. If you specifically use Kindred of Rot's Exaltation and you're against something that's relatively easy to poison like the Golden Hippo. Woo! Pog. Holy. What it really means is not that it's better than Iron Balls. What it means is, it's very, very, very good. Iron Balls is still going to be better because you can make them cold, because you can grease them. Iron Balls still has a lot of other advantages that's going to make it overall better. But Poisoned Hand with Kindred of Rot's Exaltation is on maybe like one tier down from Iron Balls, which is still an incredible, incredible weapon. So Poisoned Hand, solid. More versatile, yeah. Better. Terms and conditions apply. Worth grabbing if you see it in the shop. Yeah, it's one that I have completely ignored in shops, thinking, oh, it's a hand. It's gonna be like a stupid little fist weapon moveset. You're just gonna go, bah, 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 bah. It's gonna be like any of these random fist weapons that sucks. Nope. Iron Balls moveset, so it's really, really good motion values. And it's got a buff on itself for the deadly poison, so real good. I also wasn't using the Poisoned Hand Spear Strike on it, which maybe could be good as well. Good backup option, yeah. Poisoned Hand damage numbers, 732 no buff, 788 just hand, 1013 hand plus kindred. That is a lot. Thanks for shredding with Matting Hand last week. Yeah, and that one, and Poisoned Hand is just better than Matting Hand, except against NPCs. Is my arcane leveled at all? Just enough to use it, which is 28. It does have a lot of stat requirement. 28 is a lot of arcane, but yeah, you just give it the arcane. Funny enough, at max stats, Poison Hand also might be even better. We can do a little testing, a little edit our arcane up to 60, where I assume the scaling will generally fall off, versus 60 strength. And test the numbers this way. Now Iron Balls does 1148. And Poisoned Hand does 1072. Yeah. So Poisoned Hand is even closer at high scaling, because it actually scales better with Arcane than Iron Balls does with Strength. And it also increases the poison buildup. Test it versus Cold Balls. Yeah, that's probably what I would need to do. The problem is I can't... There's no way to make balls cold in the DLC that I know of. Does anybody know of any way to make cold balls in the DLC? I only know how to make poison balls with poison flower blooms twice. Rock in an instant. It's another great axe talisman weapon. Yep, it would be. So with iron balls, you'd go Blade of Mercy, axe talisman, max health, whatever that one's called, Ritual Sword, that's the one, Ritual Sword. And what would you go as your last one for iron balls? I think there's another good one. You could go Rotwing. Honestly, it attacks fast enough, but like that feels kind of weird. Whereas for Poisoned Hand, you'd go Blade of Mercy, Kindred of Rots, Axe Talisman, and Ritual Sword. Dancing Lions, Remembrance, Ash, Randoed. No, you could do that. It's just like I don't want to do Dancing Lion to set up my weapon. It's something I can consider if I'm like, oh wow, I happen to have iron balls. Oh, and Dancing Lions on the board. That would give me cold balls, right? You could do that. But it's just if it's not on the board, you're not going to go do Dancing Lion. Extremely situational. Oh, also, the Deathrite bird has, Ghost Flame Call, I think is what it's called. The one that's, Death's Poker's Ash of War, but worse. That one also makes frost. It's just too bad that there's no generic one. Like, in Belurat, there's, the Yell that increases your damage. That one would be great, except that you can only apply Occult with it. Ghost Flame Ignition. One of them's Ghost Flame Call, the other's Ghost Flame Ignition, I think. If you just want any Ash, like Blink Bolt and Shriek of Sorrow. Yeah, but Shriek of Sorrow is only Occult, and Blink Bolt, I think, is only Lightning. I don't think Ghost Flame Call can be put on balls. Oh. Well, never mind then. Let me meet you briefly at TwitchCon. Yo! Even though I hardly ever catch you here due to time zones. Well, yeah, it was nice. It was nice. The brief meeting. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, whenever you can catch is good, and if you can't catch, oh well. This is one of them just off to the side by the Deathbird. Oh. There's an Ash of War. The one up top? That's an Ash of War? There's something that's over by the fire, the furnace golem that I can't remember. Why not heavy balls? Why not heavy number 2 at high level? Yeah, you just need something to put on the balls to make them heavy. Right, if I go to my Ashes of War for iron balls, I can't make them heavy unless I have an Ash of War to put on them. A spell. Right. It's a sorcery. Unfortunately, Divine Beast, Hoarfrost is the only DLC cold Ash of War. Darn. Unfortunate. And there's no just generic Ash of Wars that you can put on things to make them anything. There's no Braggart's Roar for iron balls or whatever. You can do heavy with Poison Flower. Oh. It's pretty far out of the way to get to Poison Flower, unfortunately, though. But, I mean, it's something to keep in mind. Best thing they added was getting the Ash of War implicitly with the weapon in the DLC. Well, that happens also with a lot of weapons in the base game. It's just, it doesn't happen in the bingo mod unless you pick them up. If you grab the weapon in Round Table Hold by buying it, you don't get the Ash of War. And Shriek of Sorrow. Oh, Shriek of Sorrow can it do heavy? We could go check real quick. Doesn't take too long to go grab. Also, what bosses in the DLC are immune to poison? I don't care if they're super resistant because this thing just chunks the poison output. Are there any bosses that are immune to poison in the DLC? I'd assume PK I'd assume the ghost flame dragons. I'd assume anything undead can't be poisoned. Although I have a feeling that Death Knights can. DK and Romina. Ah, Romina would make sense. Romina does make sense. She's also probably not rottable. Romina's obviously easy enough anyway. You can just basically stagger lock her with a fist weapon like this, but... Probably PK is the one boss that you would legitimately want to switch off of Poisoned Hand. It probably would actually be terrible. Can't Deathrite birds be rotted? I don't know, actually. Occult ashes only do standard occult poison bleed. No? That's what I thought. We'll go check. Well, it doesn't take too long to go grab it. PK, no poison, but somehow can rot. You know, that actually makes sense to me. If you asked me, oh, can bones rot? I'd be like, yeah, probably. Or at least the flesh on the bones can probably rot. Like, that makes sense to me. Whereas if you asked me, can you poison a skeleton? I'd be like, what do you mean? They don't have, like, a circulatory system for the poison to... Like, even if you poisoned the meat on a skeleton, which I suppose maybe is like, oh, that seems possible. It'd be like, well, how's that supposed to hurt the skeleton? These guys are always so annoying. Why do you prefer mouse and keyboard over controller? Oh, I like it. Feels good. Easy to have a lot of buttons at my fingertips that I can do a lot of different things with. Very precise controls of exactly where I'm going. Much, much easier to control the camera, because controlling camera on controllers sucks. Death Knight can poison. Yeah, but like I don't feel like they're actual skeletons. They're like cosplaying as skeletons. They're like a guy in skeleton-looking armor, I think. Can you despawn, please, Queeline? Can't even... How far do I have to go to get you to despawn? Do you ever despawn? Are you just permanently a part of this world now? Like, he's just here. I've gone 2 graces and he's just still here. There we go. Rot is the only status you can hit Deathrite birds with. Ah. Okay, so. Only standard and occult. Those are literally the only 2 you can do with Shriek of Sorrow. So, Shriek of Sorrow doesn't even help. And occult is a bad scaling for Iron Balls. Yeah. No... Well, it's actually, you can see it's kind of not bad. If you have enough arcane, it's actually kind of not bad. But it's bad in most cases. I just have maxed out arcane right now. You need Black Wet Blade. Oh. Why don't I just get all the wet blades?
Goodbye.
And then I can really see what can be put on it. So with all the wet blades, would it be okay if there was a 30 arcane square? Well, there isn't. Ah, so you can put with Shriek of Sorrow, you can put standard, heavy, which I believe is from the Iron Wet Blade, keen, which is from Iron Wet Blade, quality, which is from Iron Wet Blade, poison, which is, I'm not sure which Wet Blade that's from, blood, which is Black Wet Blade, and occult, which you could have done anyway. Right? Those are the things that each wet blade gives. Black is like poison, occult, or not. Maybe it is. Like poison bleed, occult, something like that. Sanctified, lightning, and holy, red hot. Just fire. And then iron, the like standard ones, heavy, keen, quality. You can check by clicking R. Heavy, keen, quality. Fire or flame art. That's right. Fire or flame art, which is slightly different, but basically the same. Sacred or lightning. And then poison, blood, occult. Yep. Interesting, interesting. Bloody balls. Not bad. Yeah. How come blood actually has higher scaling than standard? Why does blood balls scale higher with strength than standard? Arcane? Yeah, but like also strength. Look at that. It goes from C to B. It just goes from C to B. Going from standard to blood. That's weird. Same with poison. Quality just increases both of the scaling, which surprisingly is bad for, even though I have 60 strength. I guess just because I don't have enough dex to make it worth it. Keen is obviously bad because it makes it more dex. And then heavy, with this much strength, would be quite good. Would increase the damage by like 40. Souls logic. That's how standard works. Standard is just high base, low scaling. I guess so. I guess so. Interesting, interesting. So if you got iron balls and you wanted them to be set up and you were going through Bellarat, just make sure to grab Shriek of Sorrow, and then you can think about making them bloody for the meantime, and then at the end of the game you could make them heavy. Do you have enough levels for the scaling to be relevant? Maybe a bit of a dumber question. Isn't the weapon upgrade level sufficient for most stuff? Yeah. I mean, but I do have currently 60 strength and 60 arcane because of testing stuff out. So bloody iron balls. In the DLC, you do get a ton of levels, yeah. By the end of it, you're, like, maxed out. You're like, what stat do I want to dump into next? But that's by the end of the game. Early on in the game, obviously, you're going to have enough for your weapon. You're going to have a bit more. Okay, here's something I want to see. I don't know if there's a specific weapon to test this with. I'll just go... Sure. Cold Rusted Anchor. My trusty companion. Which requires 26... 27 would make 18, so I still need 18. Requires 18 strength. Whatever, just keep the level at 1. All right. Need something to hit. Fort of Reprimand. You I can just hit. Bloody balls and 70 cold grease would be huge. Well, you can't make them cold and bloody. If you make them bloody by infusion, you can't grease them. Cold trusted anchor. So, what I want to see... First of all, I'm just going to hit at the minimum stats and see how much damage I do. $479. Keeping that in mind, $479. I'm gonna put 15 more stats into strength. So add 15 makes 33. And see how much damage it does. What was the number I just said for... Before I put the points in? I forgot. 479, thank you. And now... 710. That's quite a difference. 479 to 710 by putting in 15 more points into strength. Hey, what up, Haunt? Elden Ring scientist at work. That's right. Versus... Was it a counter hit? I think you're right. That was definitely a counter hit. You're right, you're right, you're right. Hold on. Retest. Well, I can buy the thing I need anyway.
Goodbye.
But you're right. We should go for a non-counter hit. Maybe Anchor was the worst possible pick because it gets counter hits, but... Okay, so 479 versus 577. That seems more likely. Versus... No one tested whether Spear Talisman is good with the Trusted Anchor. You know, I don't think we have. $631. I assume that was not a counter hit. It was not. 631. So, as I suspected, even at low stats, which is the point where extra strength is worth by far the most, Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength still slightly outdamages while they're up. Of course, they're not up the entire fight, so it's not like they're not actually better in the early game, but once your scaling falls off a little from strength, once you get to maybe like 30 or 40 strength, Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength is so worth the 15 stats. Yo, Coop! Yo, thank you for the gifted subs! Holy 10 gifted subs! Let's go! Yo! Yo, thank you so much, Coop. Let's go! 31% increase versus 20%. If they're up 2/3 of the time, it's even. Yeah, but they're probably not going to be. Most fights, especially early game, are going to last way longer than that. Golden Vow, the spell version, does it last for 60 or does it last for 45? I think the spell version is 60, the Ash of War version is 45, but then Flame Grant Me Strength only lasts for 30. So, I think if the fight is under a minute, it's probably about even between the Faith and the Strength, and if it lasts longer than a minute, then the Strength just starts, like, overtaking it. If it only lasts 30 seconds, then the Faith is just way better, but, like, a 30-second fight is hard to come by. Aren't Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength percentage increases, which means they get better later? Exactly, exactly. Yep. But really didn't like my results. A lot of times I would get a counter buff when I didn't think they did an attack and vice versa. I think it depends on which boss you fight, since some of them never have punishes during their attack animation. Yeah, it seems like it would be really hard to make use of the thrusting counter. Can you recast Flame after Stagger? You could. I don't know if that'd be worth it, actually. On some bosses, it probably would be, actually, but after about 40 strength, unless you're fighting all 40 magic resist bosses and lower physical, getting to 20 int adds a lot of AR. That's actually a good thing to think about. So if we give ourselves infinite runes to try to look at it. Recasting buff is a chore. Yeah, it's something I don't really want to do most of the time. And we look at how our weapon AR scales. Let's say I went to like 30. It's 638. If I then went 10 more to 40, it's 680. Versus an int, it's 660. So still worth it past 30. But if I was already at 40, 10 more puts me at 712 versus 702. No, it still says strength is better past 40, at least for the rested anchor. If I'm already at 50, going up to 60 puts me at 731. Whereas now int is slightly better at 734. So it looks like it probably is the usual 54 strength is where you want to get to before you start going int, probably. Because if you went 6 up from 54 to 64, it's only 736. Whereas at 54 for int, 746, yeah. So I'm gonna guess it's your standard go to 54, which is the optimal two-handing number before you put it into int. If I remember correctly, Golden Vow incantation is like 75 or 80 seconds. Oh, that's really good then. Oh, okay. It does suck that that's the higher faith requirement one, because if you could just go to 15 int or 15 faith, like that would be that'd be real worth it. So it's 45 for the Ash of War, 60 for the consumable, 80 for the spell? That could make sense. I mean, we could literally time it right now ourselves. If I cast it at 42 is when it happens. We just see when the buff falls off. $45 for both skill and item, whereas 80 for spell. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's real good. And it's 15% damage of all types and resistance to all damage. Like, that's so good. Golden Vow spell goes kinda nuts. Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody else has started using Golden Vow. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't in the late game. Obviously, in the early game, like, you don't have enough stats for it, like, it's too expensive, right, all of that. But after you've killed 2 or 3 big bosses that give you a lot of runes, I don't understand why you wouldn't put your stats into it and get it going. Yep, 80 seconds. 80, yep. Don't want to spend their time early game because of rushes and then are too locked in for the late game. Yeah, but like, it feels like it's gotta make up for itself. I mean, if you were only doing one more fight, if the game was about to be over, yeah, I probably wouldn't go back and buy it. A trip to Kale probably takes too long. But if you're gonna do 2 or 3 more fights, I swear it pays for itself easily. In terms of time. Especially if you're already going back to Kale for another reason. You already need to go back to buy another talisman. You already need to go back for more grease. You already need to go back for your wet blade. Whatever it is, like, it's so good. 25 faith is nice too, since it means sacred weapon for any deathbird or PK fights. But 15 stats is still expensive late game. Yeah. Alright, what do you think about... Tell me if I'm way off base here. But what I did in the... Was it the weekend event? There was some thing where I played some DLC bingo a while back. And I would always go to Kale at the start or later. And I would always purchase the Faith Knot crystal tier. So that way I only had to put 5 points into Faith, which is pretty cheap. 5 points isn't that bad. It's a third of what you would normally have to spend. And then whenever you drink your Physic, it just gives you enough stats to do it. And you can think of it as basically being the equivalent of a Strength Knot or a Dex Knot tier. But even if it expires during the fight, you get to keep the 10 extra stats because the only thing you actually lose is the faith, which you don't need to recast. Right? But the question is, does that fall off really hard late game, right? Because I know a lot of people have been going strength or dex tier for the early game, and like obviously that makes sense. But for the mid game... Not the literal starting rush square, because you're not going to have Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength by that point. But for the mid game, where you can get, where you have enough money to hopefully just buy Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, and get just 5 levels in Faith, which is cheap. The Faith Knot tier is kind of worth a lot. Good early, bad end game. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's more good mid-game. But maybe that's the reason people don't do it, is because good mid-game is kind of the least important part, right? Early game, every bit of time, every bit of time is worth squares. Is worth, like, entire squares are determined by seconds. Late game, you can spend a bunch of time setting up, and, like, it really becomes worth it because, like... The fights are so scaled highly that, like, what you do is going to make a lot of a difference. But you also have, like, infinite levels and all this, so, like, the Faith Knot tier, whatever. But mid-game, that is the point that kind of, like, falls to the wayside. It's like, oh, I'm a bit stronger in mid-game isn't fully set up to late game. You know you're going to replace it later, but it's also not the, like, early game rush where you have to do everything... you know, as soon as possible. So it's just stuck in a weird middle ground, I feel like. I feel like it is strong in the mid game. It's just that's the weirdest part to be good at. Why not good end game? Because you'll already have maxed out stats anyway. So 10 more doesn't make a difference, really. Taking a few seconds to knock a minute off a fight. It's not going to knock a minute off a fight. It will never knock a minute off a fight. At best, you could do the math on this. You could do the math on how much Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength is worth. Golden Vow is worth 15% of 80 seconds. 80 times 0.15. Golden Vow is worth 12 seconds of damage. Flame Grant Me Strength is 30 seconds of, I think it's 30% increased damage. So is Flame Grant Me Strength is worth 9 seconds of damage. So together they're worth 21 seconds worth of damage. Technically, since they stack well with each other, they're worth slightly more than that. But also, the time to cast them takes away from it. They take, I think it's like 3 seconds total to cast the two of them. Actually, it might be more. It might be like 5 seconds total. So overall, they're worth like 15 seconds per fight, basically. Somewhere in that range. I'd say swap Faith tier after 45 to 60 minutes if there's a lot of fights. Yeah. Well, it would be swap to Faith tier or swap away from Faith tier, you're saying? In the mid-game, the tier is super cheap. 5K is nothing after killing a Remembrance boss. You can swap from Strength early to Faith once you can afford the spells. Yeah. I guess, oh, if you're coming back to buy the spells anyway, you can just buy the Faith Not tier. That's not a, yeah, that's probably a good plan. Keep Green Burst, get rid of Thorny, buy Faith, and then if you happen to have like a charged attack build, also buy Spiked, or buy Stone Barb. Honestly, Stone Barb is a little underrated. It is pretty good. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So you both, at the same time, you both buy the crystal tier for the mid game, and because by that point things are already cheap enough, you also buy whatever you would replace it with later. Yes, this makes sense. Do these give you negative resistances, or these are just purely positive, right? It's only the talismans that give you minus resistance, but lowers damage negation, yeah. Sunbarb is too short. It is very short, but all it needs to do is get you 1 extra stagger, despite being short, and it can be very powerful to make. If you've got an already quick fight, getting an early stagger on a quick fight can turn it from a quick fight to like a it's already over fight. It's just done. Like, I could see Stone Barb against Ons, for example, being easily the best tier in the game. Because all you really need to do is stagger Ons once and he's like dead. Hello, Tarnished. Seems like there's zero downside to taking the Faith tier when you come to grab the buff spells. It just falls off late game, but makes the early mid game stronger. Yeah. Only the Scorpion charms have negative effects. Cool, cool. Okay. That makes a lot of sense to me. Stone Barb is what, 15%? No. Stone Barb is, I want to say 50%. But only for 30 seconds. 50% increased poise, I think. 50-word essay due tomorrow, and I'm only halfway done. Am I cooked? Bro, 50 words. You just... I think I've probably said 350 in this sentence alone. This one run-on sentence. I think that's called a paragraph. How does Stone Barb even work? Like more poise damage? Yes. Increases the poise damage of your attacks. Nah, you're cooked. Sorry. That's true, actually. Okay, cool. That's another good thing to think about. Faith Not Crystal tier in the mid game when you come back to finish your build and you're gonna buy Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. Just buy Faith Not and only level up your Faith to 15. And then only in the late game, finish leveling it up to 25 and swap out the tier. Okay. 30% for 30 seconds. Okay, it's 30%, not 50%. I knew it was higher than 15, but okay, 30%. Stonebarb needs to add enough stance damage to be worth one less attack. If it still takes the same amount of hits to stagger the boss, it's useless. I don't think there's any case where it doesn't stagger in one less attack. I think it will always take at least one less attack with Stonebarb. Unless you're like, unless you have like, what's the thing that makes your attacks do more damage? The Ash of War. Cragblade. Unless you have Cragblade, I think Stonebarb will always save you a hit. 30% on heavy weapons is big, yeah. Like, because Cragblade can take you from just under enough to stagger in 2 hits to just over enough to stagger in 2 hits. But we don't have Cragblade in the DLC, and so Stonebarb can take that same thing. Just under 2 to just over 2. Or just over 2, you get the idea. You can stagger in 2 hits where you couldn't have otherwise. And obviously, if it normally takes 3 or 4 hits, this will easily save you 1 entire hit. Cragblade, my beloved. I love Cragblade. It's so good. Because I don't think there's any weapon that does over 40 poise per hit standard with its charged R2. There probably is. There's probably an example, but like, it's so rare to find that in almost all cases, Stonebarb will save you a hit.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for now. Okay, cool. I don't know if any of this is really realistically going to change how I play very much. Aside from... Poison Fist is really good. Mid-game... Faith Knot. And early game, think about the potential of greases. It won't be every game that you grease, but there is a very good use case to early grease, especially rot grease is better than I give it credit for. And late game, it is totally good to go heavy and then greases instead of keeping it cold. Okay. But... mid-game, it is still nice to do the infusion. The infusion is still not bad on the weapons I use. Why not successive tier? It stacks with Rotten Winged Sword and Millicent's Prosthesis. That's a lot of damage. Depends on the weapon. And depends on what you're fighting. The weapons that I like are things like Rusted Anchor. And it's true, it's still decent-ish on Rusted Anchor, depending on what you're fighting. But a lot of times it's just going to fall off before you get any meaningful hits in with it. Whereas just having 10 extra stats is just a lot of damage. Like we said, 15 extra stats early game is worth 20% extra damage. So that's like basically a maxed out Millicent's, or not Millicent's, but Rotwing. But you could get a DLC weapon on a fresh save on console. Yeah. How come your stream timings are more EU focused? Because I'm a degenerate and I'm just up really late. They're not EU focused. I'm just up late. This is just when I am awake. And honestly, they've been more regular-ish recently because I've been playing bingo with other people. And, you know, then it's just back to this when I'm not playing bingo with other people. Got today's upload on one monitor, Sekiro on another, and the stream on the third. The perfect setup. Let's go. EU morning focus. That's right. Wait to see someone use Endure, Ash of War, and Bingo for some trading with bosses. Could be interesting while Golden Vows plus 10% negation is active. Could, but... like... you have to endure before the hit, kind of. So it's like, why endure when I could hit them at that time instead? But I mean, there are probably some situations where like, oh, the boss is over there, but it's about to attack me. Let me endure. Okay, now I'll swing at it as it comes at me. There's probably situations where it's good, but I haven't really thought about it. Kind of specific situations, yeah. I feel like it's too specific that I haven't wanted to practice it. Okay, is there anything else we wanted to test out? I guess we could also take a look. Well, I don't know. Any other weapons we'd want to try out in any situations? Try Mech Bellum game. I've never heard of that. Matting Hand? I did think about trying Matting Hand, but we've kind of already tried it, and we know that it works like Iron Balls. It's just going to be split physical and fire, so it'll be, like, a little worse than... I could try it on NPCs. I could go spawn myself a Matting Hand and just see if I can figure out how to fight, like, ADM with it. Endor should be really good on Lamenter, so you can get to the hyper to hit him, but it felt weird. Endor will also get you killed on double attacks when you need the ground iframes. Meta and Sunflower made you say goodbye to Endor. Yeah. It does feel like Endor is so situational that it's not worth practicing. There's definitely situations where it's good and situations where it is so bad it actually actively kills you. Really curious, why don't you try some Elden Ring challenge runs? Like the Nightmare mod, which Gino and Scumnut did. You're really tactical for these types of things. I don't know that I've really heard of the Nightmare mod. Well, maybe I heard of the Nightmare mod. I don't know. I think I might have been busy with other things. I tend to try to do things that are like actively competitive with others, like speedruns or bingo, right? Where there's kind of winners and kind of losers, as opposed to just like, here's a hard thing, see if you can get through it. I also do like doing some, here's a hard thing, see if you can get through it, if it's like just a little more for fun focused, but I don't know. I might consider that at some point, but I don't know. All right, let's spawn in the Matting Hand and see what the stats needed are. I'm pretty sure it's Sombra as well. But it would have to be, yeah. Oh, it's Int and Faith, and then it scales... What a weird scaling. Int 13. Scaling is so split between 4 stats. It's probably garbage late game. It's probably really garbage late game when you have a lot of stats. Only 8 to 9 completed it so far. Okay. The French challenge is popping off too. I know, and I would be doing the French challenge if it wasn't for bingo that I'm already locked in on. Am I gonna do the French challenge? I want to. I want to do it, but I can't split my focus or I will get worse at bingo. I am not good at keeping track of multiple challenges at once. I need to hard lock in on one challenge for weeks at a time. So that's why when I'm not doing bingo, I'm trying to do non-Elden Ring things to not, like, split my Elden Ring brain. I'm trying to do, like, Curiosity or Megabonk or thinking about maybe trying Ball X Pit or whatever, because they don't feel like they are close enough to Elden Ring that I'll, like, mess up my muscle memory or anything. I want to see in the future, probably, yeah. Which is, yeah, really unfortunate that we're doing bingo for one more week. It would have been over this upcoming weekend, would have been the finals, but people did not want that. I wanted that. I wanted to just be over with bingo so that I can start moving on with my life, but instead we got one more week that I gotta stay super locked in. Alright, I guess let's just fight him kind of as is. Okay, so you only get to do 2 hits, and then you have to back off. Okay, so you do a running R2 into up to 2 hits if he allows it. And then you have to back off. Yeah, you can't go for 3. Decent, though. I'm not getting the luck Blanks did, where he just constantly stays in and fights. He's constantly rolling for me. Yeah, I'm not sure the weapon was actually good for Blanks. I think he just got really lucky. It's not bad. It is definitely not bad on ADM, but I don't think it's as good as it appeared when Blanks was fighting. I think he just got really, really lucky on ADM not rolling like at all. Try the Ash of War. Oh, yeah, we can do that, too. I can do that on, let's go to the Night of the Solitary Jail. That was one that I was not super impressed when Blanks was doing it, so we'll see if I can figure out a way to make it work. Seen huge improvement in my biggest gameplay, so the hard work has been worth it. Was worried during those exhibition matches with NPT before the season. Well, I mean, I still think NPT is probably better than me. In like a pure 1v1 scenario. I think he probably still beats me most of the time. But I've obviously improved a lot. And I think that the 2v2 I have a good handle for the strategy of. That I can, you know, still be very strong in that. But I think if you did just put us 1v1 DLC only, I do think Tom probably wins that, because like he had a whole season of getting prepared for exactly that, whereas I've only been prepared for like the split and like how to prepare around your partner. Yeah, I do not like the fist moveset on Night of the Solitary Jail at all. Yeah, you just get punished. And then he rolls back after each one. The Madness proc is strong, though. Ah! I'm surprised that comboed. So he managed to close the gap quite a lot. Yeah, I do think that's true. And I don't know that it's 50-50, but I do think I would win some of the time. Sparsh, yeah. I do think I would. Random hyper armor. Gotta love the jail knight. Yep. Run and poke with something long is way easier. Yeah, yeah. Or it doesn't even have to necessarily be something long, although that does help. But just like anything heavy enough to stagger him out of like that hit. If you lose to him just attacking you while one-handed, you're just gonna have a bad time. Maybe that's the play. Yeah, I think that's the play. When he's just like coming at you, you just pop. Ah, and then you hope he doesn't jump like that. Ah, ha, ha. He actually got me. Have you considered parrying him? Yes, we even practiced it. But you can't guarantee that you'll have a parry shield in the round table hold. ADM should also be parryable. Should as in like, I should parry him, or as in like, he isn't parryable, but he really should be. Oh, get outranged, idiot. Not the jump attack. Oh, I'm surprised he got around to hit me that quickly. Oh. And I just lose on... Oh! Yeah, I just get outranged there. Ah. Did he just jump at me with a crossbow? Like that was gonna do something? Ah, get hit out of the air, dummy. What? What do you mean that doesn't hit? Yeah, not super impressed with this weapon on NPCs. Even with the madness, it's like, it works. There's definitely ways to make it work, but like, I hate that. That's really annoying. Range on that's pretty bad. Yep. Typical strength user, just swing, and it works. Madness saves it from being awful. Yes, madness definitely saves it from being awful. The madness does a ridiculous amount of damage, but that is the only thing that stops it from being awful against NPCs. Otherwise, it would be, yeah, pretty unusable. If I have a choice, I usually will parry the DLC NPCs, but often I found the best way to kill them is to be somewhat opportunistic, to not only rely on a high-risk strat. They're tough regardless, yeah. The best way generally to deal with DLC NPCs is run around, poke. Run around, poke. Run around, poke. And that's about it. And then never do anything else. It's pretty silly. They are not particularly engaging to fight. Okay, anything else we wanted to test out, try out? I do still, it is, by the way, still a pretty good weapon in the early game. It just scales poorly and is split physical and fire, so it's not like the best weapon, but it is still discount iron balls, which is not bad. It against Romina probably slaps. Or Great Stars Wild Strike them. It's impossible for us to get Great Stars with Wild Strikes. We can get Great Stars. We can get Great Omen Killer Cleaver, which has Wild Strikes. We cannot get Great Stars with Wild Strikes. But Great Omen Killer Cleaver with Wild Strikes is definitely one of the best weapons you can get in the DLC. Yeah, honestly, real solid damage on the matting hand with these relatively low stats. Can non-NPCs be madness procced? Very few. They have to be, like, completely human. Real good against Hippo still. Alright, I'm gonna take out the Hippo so I can go try this out on Romina. I think it'll be stupid powerful. Rigatana's running R2 is good for Dancer. The delay is almost perfect to catch her after input reading. Yeah, and it just has enough range that even though she backsteps, you just catch her anyway. Because she doesn't actually dodge, she just backsteps, which usually gets her out of range of your attack. But with Great Katana, you can, like, thrust it forward enough that you can just catch her. Was that Anchor my choice weapon so far in the bingos? If I find it, I really like Anchor. I have a lot of weapons that are all S+ tier that I don't know that I could pick between. Honestly, Anchor is pretty S, maybe S+. All the great katanas are S plus somewhere in there. The fist weapons are up there. Aloe Blaster S plus 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 plus. Great Omen Killer Cleaver is incredible because it's a great axe with bleed that also has wild strikes. That one might be one of the absolute best in the entire game. It might be the best. I don't know, maybe. Gym going good tonight? I'd say so. We've discovered some stuff. We've put knowledge into the noggin. Mesmer PCR. No, Mesmer and PCR can both not be madness. As far as I know, at least. I'm almost 100% positive that neither of them can be madness. I can't even think of a boss who I think can be madness. Trolls, maybe? Trolls might be madnessable. How's it going? Going well. Great Omen Killer Cleaver is goated. Yeah, it's so good. Are madness weapons usable outside of PvP? For NPCs, yes. Otherwise, though, usually not too great. Easier to ask which non-NPC bosses can be madness. Yeah, I can't think of any. All of a sudden, Mikola just can't cast frame drop because the madness took his FP. Lamenter. That's an NPC boss, but... Is that the only status he can be afflicted with, then? Because I'm pretty sure he cannot be afflicted with bleed or frost. You even proc bosses that can't get madness. No, nothing happens. There's just no madness on them. Can't wait to try the DLC. Hoping to get it soon. Nice. He is immune to all, even madness. Okay. So he is an NPC boss that can't be madness. Lamenter says no fun allowed. Yep. That's exactly what he says. On's demi-human bosses. Godfrey, Midra. Midra makes sense. Morgaunt, Moog, Asking. Oh, okay, you're not sure about any of those. Well, actually, does Midra make sense? It's like, is a frenzied being frenziable? I could see it. I don't think Morgaunt or Moog can be mad. I don't. That doesn't make sense to me. Ons, I could see it, but I don't know that. I don't know. Midra and Ons are both immune to madness. Okay. What about other demi-human like queens, like Ameriga? At least Lamenter is minus 5% damage negation to every damage type. Yeah, but then that doesn't really matter because it's just... You could give him 10% damage negation to all damage types and lower his health by 15% and it would mathematically work out exactly the same. It's just like, how tanky is he? He's kind of tanky. He's not like tanky, but like he doesn't go down super quick, and he likes to stall a lot with his stupid clones. Mariga immune. Okay, but maybe there is no boss outside of NPCs that can be madness then. Maybe it's literally only NPCs. NPCs that are not Lamenter. Only tarnished-like NPCs can be frenzied. I guess so. Owen brothers are immune to madness as well, and so is Mariga. Okay. Is Lamenter an NPC boss in Brawler World? In Bingo Brawlers? Yeah. The only defining feature is not truly staggerable. I guess that's the easiest defining feature, I think, but I mean, it's kind of obvious in how they work. The ability to roll your attacks, the directly, like, their poise being based on getting, like, as opposed to, like, fall over, get riposte. Like, there's a lot of ways. There's more that I'm sure I'm not listing right now. Only NPCs including Lamenter. Well, apparently not including Lamenter, so Fextra is just lying, apparently. The Splitfire not doing as ridiculously well as I thought it would. Still, I mean, it's just a good weapon, but I guess you would normally have a lot more Skidoo on Romina than you do on, like, the Hippo that I was testing originally, and I didn't level up my Skidoo at all. So yeah, this probably does slap at proper upgrade level. Extra is also the place that says Lamenter's immune, Lamau. Night Rain you can on Libra. Yes. He is specifically weak to it in Night Rain. Yeah, I know a lot of people are like, I hate fist weapons in the DLC. It feels so hard to hit with, but like, I don't know. I feel like the only thing that I hate fist weapons for in the DLC is NPC bosses. I feel like all the regular bosses, you just get right up to them and just smack them and then like, bye-bye. I mean, I guess that one hit did miss that would have killed her, but you just kill her at the end like this. Boop. Ardomo was planning a Libra curse in the finals of Bingo. Am I prepared? Not at all. Not at all. Midra is the only madnessable boss aside from NPC bosses. Says Fextra? Says mid... Well, let's test it. Why don't we go test it? Why don't we see if Midra is madnessable? Like, I would believe it. No, Fextra does not say this. That is a lie. Oh. Well. Like, I would believe... If there was any boss that you just told me, like, oh yeah, this boss is madnessable, and you told me it was Midra, I'm like, you know, I see it. In the same way that Moog is very bleedable, I could believe that Midra is madnessable. What about Jory? Maybe they mean baby Midra. Oh, maybe. We could try matting, spearhand, striking mini Midra to see if it does. Can we pretend that Medra is madnessable so that I can go fight him for the science? Yes. Well, I'm going to fight him for the science anyway. Melania's weak to rot? That's right. Not every, but many bosses that wield a certain status are actually weak to it themselves. Jory, madness immune. Jory feels like he should be madnessable, right? Well, Jory is a inquisitor that was sent in to clean up the madness, so I guess maybe it makes sense why he wouldn't be, but... I don't know directly, but Libra is weak to madness. Yeah, yeah. Inquisitor there to fight the madness, yeah. But, like, that semi-implies... Maybe it doesn't. But I feel like that semi-implies that he is of a race of creatures... I don't know what they are. I don't know what the Inquisitors are. That could, you know, be scared of madness because they are afflictable by madness. You know? Like, what I mean? I don't know. I have no idea what the Inquisitors actually, like, are, so... Are madness, though, so maybe there's something. They're of horn scent race. Okay. And horn scent... Well, horn scent the dude is an NPC who is presumably madnessable. But the race of horn scent, I think were really scared of the madness. I think that was like a whole plot point is like... Dang, this madness is messing us up. We gotta send in some Inquisitors to figure this out. Just horn scent with costumes. I think, yeah, I think you're right. Okay, I don't really want to fight Jory with no skidoo. So we'll just... Close enough. What do these hands even scale the best? Oh, right. They scale just randomly equally with, like, everything. Whatever. Just... Close enough. This Midra is madness immune, but specifically states phase 1. I mean, well, we got ourselves a testing weapon right here. Fear madness because it can kill spirits, and they're all about the spirits and genocide. Well, those are kind of two things they do like. Mimic tiers technically are and aren't NPCs, but they are madnessable, and one singular red bear can be afflicted by madness too. One of the red bears? I assume not the NPC one, because obviously he could. Which one, Ralva or Rugalia? I can test that as well. That is the Red Bear NPC boss. Oh, that would make sense then. You were joking about Red Bear. Ah, okay. My bad. And here I got excited. Please don't let me one guy you too late. You already did. Can you madness mimic tier before it takes human form? No. Not least of which, because anything you would try to do that would madness it, you would kill it first. Anyone guide you about Midra? It's too late now. It's too late now. I have to know. I also have to know if the other Inquisitors that are not Jory are madnessable. Because I believe that Jory is not madnessable, but... What about the other Inquisitors? Catacomb was so cool the first run. Yeah, it was pretty neat. Going mad, testing madness. It's the only way to do it properly. Being very rude, you know that? You're not giving me what I want to see. Ah, you jerk. Yeah, me trying to do it the right side way, because I saw others doing it, is just going to mess me up. I need to do it the way that I'm used to it. Ah, yeah. Full to death by the fire. Mega bingo! What up, Zoodle? Clockwise enjoyer as well. Yeah, I don't know. I just got used to clockwise. It looked like counterclockwise. It was like, wow, that looks easier. And then I try it and it's like, oh, this is easier. And then he does like that one attack where it's like, oh, it's not easier anymore. No, actually, it sucks, actually. Go. And goodbye. So definitely he did not madness. So Jory confirmed, not madnessable. Kuya converting from YouTube to Twitch just to say hi to Zoodle. Let's go. Hey to Zoodle. Levels of locking in never witnessed before. It's never been done before. All right, now let me go find a random Inquisitor so that I can slap them with the matting spearhand strike and see if they madness. See if Jory is uniquely immune, or if all the Inquisitors are immune. I think random rats are probably also madnessable, or maybe they're already madnessed. I don't know how that works. Whatever. Saddest thing about you and Aggie being so dominant this season is there's no chance you're on commentary. You're simply the best at that. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I do think I'm better at commentary than at playing. Which maybe is saying something, because obviously we are also playing quite well, but I do love me some commentary. Inquisitor guarding this entrance would be madness immune. I mean, I feel like madness immunity isn't something you can just like be, you know? I don't think you just like, I'm the biggest and toughest guy, therefore I can't be madness. I think if anything, you're the biggest and toughest guy, you're almost more susceptible to the madness. It's like, I feel like that's how it gets you. Did wonder, would it be allowed for Mitch to commentate matches he's not participating in? Yeah. It'd be allowed. It would just be if Aggie, or sorry, not if Aggie, if Domo wanted players to do that. Like, it would be pretty weird if, we normally have these outside commentators, but just for this one match that Mitch isn't in, Mitch is going to take over comment. Like, it would, you know. If Domo did a whole, all right, the players are going to commentate for the finals, and it's going to be other top 4 players that are not in this particular set of matches, I think that, you know, could work and could make sense, but also, you know, would be probably not as great for Zoodle and Parky, who I'm sure also want to do a lot of commentary. But I think it would have to be more of, like, a full thing, as opposed to just, like, Mitch, hop on for one. Yeah. All right. Whoa, madness upon ye. Is that madness? It's not doing the full, like, hold my head thing, so I think that's not actually madness. They just... I think that's fire. I think they're just like, ow, fire. So I guess all the Inquisitors are immune to madness. Okay. Good to know. I guess they were successful at being the people to come in to clear out the madness, because they're apparently immune to it. Pretty sure people did that last season. I remember Parky commentating last season. Yeah, I remember that happened more last season. I just feel like it hasn't happened as much this season, so I don't know if it will. It'd be cool, though. I would absolutely commentate every match that I'm not in, if allowed. Although the thing is, I would be kind of bad at commentary. Because I would be entirely focused on the DLC players, and I'd have so much to say about the DLC players, and I'd know exactly what they are doing, and what they could be doing, and what they might do, and what they should be doing. And then I'd look at the DLC players and go, Domo, what are they doing? Why are they there? Oh, of course. Yeah, there's a red wolf in Raya Lucaria. Right, I forgot that. Oh, that's also where Renala is? Oh! yeah. Oh, they could totally do that for the kill Renala after she summons 4 times square. Oh. I do not know the base game well. That's called back and forth. Oh, do not like when they both chase. That is a rare occurrence. Excuse me? Ow. On the last Fast 52, it was awesome how invested you got Ludwig and Squeaks into the race with your knowledge. Dom and Zoodle are great, no shade, yeah. I mean, I think they're invested anyway. Like they legitimately knew stuff. Like they have watched Bingo Brawlers. So I can't take all the credit, but I did like the way that, you know, our rapport between the 3 of us, I think, was good. Why are they going to the capital for the Moog Square? It doesn't make sense. $352 in and haven't marked a single square. Of course, I have to go for Midra before I can mark any squares. That's the rules, obviously. That would be kind of... What if that was like a handicap in a game? Like... Alright, we're gonna start, you know, the bingo match, but I'm not allowed to mark any squares until I've killed Midra. Playing against, you know, maybe somebody who's like learning bingo or something. And Midra isn't even a square. Have I been only DLC all season? Yep. All right. Surely Mini Midra is madnessable. I don't think he's madnessable. But surely full Midra is madnessable. Well, I'm madnessable. Love the second go at Sekiro Bingo, too. Is your plan to have a bingo comp in that, too? I would love to. I would just need to find enough people that want to play. So, like, right now, me and Parky are interested. Or, sorry, me and Aggie are interested. Josh is interested. I don't know if I could convince Parky, but I would love to convince Parky to play Sekiro Bingo. Dom is actually interested. He is not yet a master of Sekiro, but he's like willing to learn more. You put a challenge in front of him and he's all over that. So I would love to get Chris, although he does not want to unless he's really good at it, and he's like, I don't have time to get really good at it right now, and it's like, that's totally fair. I've been the same way with Elden Ring Bingo, but maybe I could get him for like a 6th. And then it's like, I don't know. Are there a bunch of hidden Sekiro, you know, streamers and challenge runners that make Sekiro content all the time? Like, because there are absolutely still Sekiro speedrunners. And, like, Sekiro hitless runners, but as far as, like, content creators to have, like, a... you know, content league, whatever. Like, I don't know that there's a lot. Chris should be interested after you boosted his ego, letting him win. Yeah, he should.
My gateway drug to Sekiro Bingo will be destroying Dom in a race and then riding that high to think I'm good enough to play against you.
What if Dom is secretly the OP, though? Well, he's not madnessing so far. I've seen his gameplay. I mean, honestly, for how much this weapon theoretically should be like the worst possible weapon against Midra, it's solid. Despite its split fire and madness. Hasn't tried getting good at the game yet. Not doubting that he could get there. He's just played it casually so far, right? Basically like you at this point. Well, you've done some randomizers and stuff too. Ooh. 100% win rate versus you in secular races. You know, that's true. So that must mean that you want to do more races, because you know you'll win. I taught you the speed run. Ah, yes. No, smile. Ah. Wow. Wish they made Midra a little harder because he's cool but easy. He's just like kind of not easy. He's just like one of the only DLC bosses that's actually completely fair. So when compared with the likes of, oh, I instantly hit you with a laser that you can't do anything about meta, and when hidden away in like this like super late game area where he's clearly a late game boss, anything that's fair feels easy. But he has a ton of health. His resistances aren't even that low. He does a lot of damage. He can madness you out of nowhere. Like, he is legitimately a relatively tough boss. But he's also just like super fair. He just doesn't have any random BS that's just gonna kill you out of nowhere for no reason. Mesmer is fair but harder? I don't think that's true. I think Mesmer is easier. I think Rolana and Mesmer are fair and harder. No, Rolana is definitely not fair. Nah. Fuck Rolana. Mesmer, I think, is definitely easier than Midra. Like, much easier than Midra, even for the placement where he is. Obviously, if you had the exact same Skidoo, it's no contest. Midra's much harder than Mesmer, but even counting the amount of Skidoo that you are likely to have at Mesmer and the amount that you are likely to have at Midra, which is much more at Midra, I still think Midra is still significantly harder. Probably just because you have way more time in Mesmer than Midra. I've got a lot of time in Midra. Are you kidding? Like, I love Midra. Obviously, at this point, I find him quite easy for me because I like fighting him and I have fought him a lot. You could maybe see there a little bit. The times I get hit would be like, I wonder if I could go for an extra greedy hit here with the charged R2s. If I wanted to, I could hitless Midra fairly consistently. I can hitless Midra more often than I can hitless Mesmer. That's true. But I can also hitless Gaius way more than both of them, and I think Gaius is also a harder boss than Mesmer. I think Mesmer is, like, pretty easy, all things considered. Even if he's pretty hard to hitless, because, like, some of his fire stuff will just, like, catch you sometimes, like... There's Mitch strat against Midra. I mean, I've even had to fight Midra through the wall, because that was a strat. I also say Midra was one of the easiest bosses in DLC first playthrough. He just isn't. He's just super fair. And fairness, by this point in the DLC, tricks you into thinking it's easy. In a world of unfair bosses, an oasis of fairness feels like the easiest thing you've ever seen. You throw a base game player that has not been inundated with the bull that is the DLC in against Midra, and they're like, what is this? Oh my, he just kills me instantly. He's got so much health. And you're like, oh my god, this is, but it's just like, at the point that you find him, you're like, oh my god, thank goodness. Oh my god. A boss that I can actually see their attacks. Holy. He's also very staggerable. He is pretty staggerable. I don't even think his poise is that low, though. He just has a lot of good punish opportunities. In a world without fairness. Midra can absolutely clap you when you first rock up to him. He can, yeah. I mean, it also slightly depends on when you find him. Oftentimes, people will find him literally last in the DLC, because, like... Nobody thinks to go down the watering hole in the Shadow Keep. Right, whereas Mesmer, you still find when you're relatively early in the DLC, and you haven't yet. The only, like, things you've gone to are Dancing Lion, who's kind of BS. Rolana is kind of BS. But, like, none of them are, like, the most BS things you'll see yet. But yeah, finding Midra after, like, Metter, or especially if it's after PCR, it'll seem like nothing. Midra isn't easy, he's just learnable, yeah. Easy, if you defined easy as learnable, like, the easier it is to learn a boss, the easier the boss is. Then, I guess in that sense, Midra is easy, but, like, he will still punish you a lot, and he will still kill you very quickly for small mistakes. Did you beat your 260,000 Megabonk record? Yes, I got 360,000. 363, I think? Okay, well, Midra was not madnessable. I don't think we need to test any other bosses if they're madnessable. I think we know the answer. Only NPCs except Lamenter. Mesmer has these two insane wombo combos and then a lot of mix-ups among his moveset. Super fun boss, but he can also absolutely be a wall. He can. But he also, like, goes down in, like, just so few hits. And he's also not that likely to one-shot you. Actually, some of his snake moves can kind of one-shot, but... I'd say Mesmer is more likely to hit you more times. But Midra is more likely to just kill you. IMO. Mesmer Phase 1 is a joke. I wouldn't call it a joke, but it's very low health and unlikely to one-shot you. Well, I don't think his Phase 1 actually has anything that can even come close to one-shotting you. Guy sucked, but then I saw the pros fighting him, and staying close really makes it look fairer. Yeah, mostly just avoiding the stupid charged attack, and then you're mostly fine. Yo, what up, Ben? His grab does? Oh, that's true. His grab. I forgot about his grab. Learnable fight equals a joke. I mean, that's what we've been conditioned to at this point. Which is a bad spot to be conditioned to as a player base. If a fight is actually fair and learnable, it's like, oh, whoa, what? Oh. It feels strange. It feels wrong. And then it's like, oh, that's a joke. Worst part about Metter is fighting Yori. Well, you mean Midra? Yori's on the way to Midra. But I want to be stuck on a boss for hours. I do want to be stuck on a boss for hours, but I want to be stuck on a boss for hours knowing that I can learn it. Knowing that it's fair. I don't want to be stuck on a boss for hours because, oh, I'm doing great. Oh, then the fire bounced against the back wall, hit me in the back of the head, and I just died. And it's like, oh, okay. I don't want to be stuck on a boss for hours because something randomly kills me before I kill them. Is not how I want to be stuck on a boss. Any pro Mega Bonkers 10 hours deep and I can't beat tier 2. Well, you know, I've got a bit of a Mega Bonking myself. Speaking of, is it Mega Bonk time? I don't know if there's anything else I want to look at right now. If there's anything else to test. Or any bosses in particular that I'm like, I gotta practice that. Fire bouncing, that sounds like a terrible design. Surely that would never happen. Difficulty is a subjective thing anyways. People find different bosses easier or harder. That's true, although there are some aspects of difficulty that are entirely objective. The damage a boss does is an objective measure of difficulty. The health that a boss has is an objective measure of difficulty, but all of that interacts with their moveset that you can subjectively find easier or harder depending on how exactly you guessed how you should deal with it. Like, if you happen to guess correctly on the roll direction for every one of the boss's moves, you might find them to be super, super easy and kill them the first try. Whereas if you happen to guess a different direction that just gets you hit from their moves, you might be like, wow, this boss is really hard. I can't dodge anything they do. You know? Yeah, I think we Mega Bonk. All right. Mega Bonk. Mega Bonk. We still gotta beat Dom's high score. You got in 4 time? It's just like Sekiro, Kappa. Yeah, it's totally like Sekiro, guys. Oh, actually, sorry. I had 362.69 thousand. Let me close the bingo board here. Nice. When in doubt, roll inwards to the right. That does work a surprising amount of the time. Oh, Zoodle! Zoodle getting a little bit of a decent score there. I think I'm gonna bonk. All right, so to unlock the last 3 things, we need to play as Amogus, and we need to play as Birdo, and then hopefully we try to get leeching crystals. All right. Let's play as Amogus. Is this the new Elden Ring DLC? That's right. That's the one. All right, title. I will beat at Captain _ Domo's high score. Oh, I still have never done a tier 3 desert, but we'll worry about that later. Let's just unlock the last few things. This is the Tarnished edition, yeah. This is a weird character where you need to, like, wait for things to... Does duration affect this? I feel like it should. Jump height maybe would also be decent, but... Did I... Oh, I don't have all my weapons unlocked again. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. Okay. It's Walter White. Walter. Walter Yellow.
Yeshu_7HS redeem the coin flip and chooses heads.
Oh. Do you think he's even a crit user? Yasha. Heads, though. Seems like a risky proposition. Good at killing bosses, though, but... Honestly, could probably deal with difficulty at least relatively okay because of the poison eventually bringing things down, even if they're scaled higher. Ow. Uh-oh, zombies. I want the Echo Shard. Ow, 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 I'm dead. Ugh. Maybe I did want Firewalker, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, duration is a thing. Ah, well. Go again. Yeah, I don't know how to play this character particularly yet. It's very weird that you, like, don't actually kill the things that are near you. You just, like, put a poison on them that they will eventually die later. I definitely need projectile count early. Oh, putting the item way up there. I should have known. Thought this flask is so bad. It probably is. Oh, starting with legendary though. Hold. Probably not the best legendary to start with, but it's a legendary. Yeah, this is really weird, having to rely on things dying eventually. I think I just need some early damage. Immediately locked it in menu, yep. Oh, it's locked, but I gotta get enough kills as this character to unlock an item. Which I suppose will happen no matter how much we just die early. Yeah, this character seems tough to make use of. What do you mean that hit me? Ow. Well. Okay, I've got a credit card.
The result is tails.
This could be a real good run if I live. But, like... how does one live through this? Oh, God. Help! Now my rate of experience has slowed to basically 0. I can't even grab the health.
Yeshu_7HS has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
See, this is why you never bet against tails. It never fails. Please! Let me live! I'm so dead. Oh, I'm just, yeah. Yeah, this weapon sure does seem, bad. Need weapon fast, yeah. What? Have I even turned on good weapons? I just want, like, random, like, aura stuff, right? Did I turn them back on? I did not. Okay, I want things like this. Just make me Noelle, but worse. Honestly, I'll even take an Aegis. You know what I'll even take? I'll take a dice. I'll do it. I'll do it. We beat the cactus challenge. We did. All right, give me a katana. We're now katana gaming. All right, yeah, now we should have a decent chance. All last night. Oh, morning. Yeah, well. Ooh. I am gonna need both size and attack speed eventually. Okay, already 2 projectiles. Already better than the last one. And this weapon should destroy bosses. So that is a good thing that it does have going for it. Yeah. Speed my attacks. I don't think I can make use of that without Kevin. Ooh. Yeah, give me some difficulty. The secret way to avoid fall damage. Land on a slope and slide. And by secret, I mean probably not secret at all. Probably everyone knows that. Hey, there we go. Sure. Size for sure. Look, I'm Noel, guys. I'm totally Noel. Unplay marker, the last one I wanted. I'm Noel. I just didn't find my Dexecutioner and had to settle for poison instead. Yeah, I'll take an early shield. Is quite nice for living. Yes, L. No L. Only W. Yeah, it does destroy bosses. Like, did you see how much poison there was on it? What does this character have for a perk? If I kill an enemy, they explode around them with poison. And there we go. The build is online. I don't know if it's they spread their amount of poison around them, or if it's, there's a set amount of poison that they spread. We're powerful. Greed. Give me more greed over here. Good, and everyone else here, etc., etc. No, thanks, Chip. Very sleepy. Oh, don't look at chat. Don't look at chat. Full focus must be paid. Ah. There we go. Jeez! Wow, we're gonna have a lot of poison. For the key. Oh, that's an extra boss shrine. I do want that. Size. And suck. Ooh. Oh, legendary. Anvil, please. Anvil, please. Anvil, please. Oh, actually, dagger was probably even better than anvil. All right. Time to make a high score run out of this. Oh, God, unless I just die here. No! Right as I got the thing I wanted, and then we just got surrounded, and I couldn't get out. Dang it. Don't have dex, though? Doesn't matter. You still get 1% chance to execute. The Executioner doesn't really matter for that. I mean, you could have both, but like it's on its own, it's still incredibly good. Falling enemies, yep. The classic. Early projectile count, I cannot be ignored. Even though eventually I think I would rather have size. Elites right now. Look, I don't love that. I just cook it. It's entirely different. Has a max damage increase of 200% per minute. So if you have 10 daggers, that's a max of 2,000% damage per minute. This means it's unchanged early and mid game, but very late game, it's not going to be the only viable option anymore. Before this change, you could get 20,000% damage in 10 seconds, which nothing else in the game could contest. Before it did matter. Gotcha. I don't feel like I'm an axe gamer. Maybe I shouldn't have turned it on then. But I'd rather be running away from enemies than trying to throw the axes at them. It can clear your way, though, as you're running away from the things behind you, and then it clears in front. Okay, Grandma's Tonic could be quite helpful. Early Curse Doll is definitely best here. Ooh, size. I need another weapon, though, very badly. Yellow Warrior needs weapon badly. I guess this works. Let me just suck. It's just business. Oh, 24 shield. Speed, gotta go fast. There we go. Same basic setup as last time. Now I just need Joe's dagger again. Oh, thank you. And surely I'll just get the dagger again. That's just what'll happen. If I just stay still, they won't see me. Their vision is based on movement. Also, does the Flame Walker, if you have more of them overlapping, does it actually damage enemies multiple times, or... It should. But does it? Grandma Tonic? That would be kind of nuts. I mean, but if it doesn't, then like... a lot of stats just become like weirdly not good on it. Like what then is the point of its duration? What is the point of its projectile count? What is the point of like its attack speed if it can't, you know? Back here. Yes. If it didn't, it'd be pretty trash. Right. But the fact that it's like the meta weapon, I feel like means that it has to hit per thing that's there. Surely. Luck. Yep. Rock, move. No, because it didn't feel like it did anything in your first few runs. Well, you also have to make it really big so that it like covers the screen. Otherwise, it's just really hard to hit with anyway. It relies so much on size. Testable since you can see damage numbers. Just run around and look at damage numbers. I mean, I'm running around, but I feel like it's really hard to tell regardless. That second swarm, though, just keeps getting me. I don't have enough size to start damaging them before they get right up next to me. Got some momentum there? Yeah, if you land on a slope, you can get a lot. Ow. Well. CSGO surf mode. Oh boy. Early on, just damage is best. Eventually, the other two will be better, but... Ooh, nice. XP gain. Credit card! 175 is a lot, though. I gotta keep looking for things until I get the money. And then I gotta come back. It's all the way east. This is a little awkward. Credit card. Now I can play Candy Crush. Perfect. Big bonk. Holy. It's good on bosses? It's not gonna be great on most enemies for a while. I would like another weapon soon, please. I'm just dead? Well, not quite. Ah! Ah, yeah. That was just a rough one. Ooh, there's a blue microwave. I just need one of the things that I need to copy. Southwest blue microwave. This is probably too much early difficulty, but it keeps offering it to me, so... What does adding difficulty do, aside from adding difficulty? Makes more enemies spawn, which gives you more experience. Oh, just let me get to the things. First stall early is actually, I think, gonna be better for me. Mirror is kind of bad. Ow, 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 ow. God, these explodey guys are so bad. Because they don't need to fully touch you. They just need to get close enough to start exploding, and then you die. Hit the explosion guys and the scorpions, yeah. The only time I'm happy to see the explosion guys is out of a challenge shrine. Because then I can make them explode without having to get through their larger health pool. Okay, early HP regen is not bad. Transfusion is the best eventually. Projectile speed's the best early. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I really need another weapon still. I really need another weapon still. Fine, I'm an axe gamer. I think it's transfusion. That could be wrong. Projectile count is the goated thing early, but pitch shifting music on low health, yeah, and slowing down, I think, as well. taking damage. Okay, early HP regen. We take that. At least this is the ultimate boss killing weapon. Like, there's just no way to beat infinite poison. Excuse me. Oh, yes, projectile count. More projectile count. All right. Jumping down into that was probably a really bad idea. But... Oh, credit card red is gonna help me to get some damage. All right. Size! That's huge. Beacon is technically better over the course of a run. As long as you get all of them in each stage. But early projectile count. Oh. All right. Just need to be able to survive the second swarm. That's always the toughest part. It's at like the pinnacle of my greed every time. Looking for a specific weapon? I was looking for the Flame Walker, yeah. Okay, I've got the quest done for a Moog, so I don't have to keep playing him after this. I can if I want to, but... He's truly bad at handling anything other than bosses. What an emote. I feel like they should just make it so you can still kill the things even as they're trying to explode. If they just didn't go immune. Ah, yeah. This guy just has a rough time with swarms. The 5-0 bingo bonk. That's right. There it is. Gain armor and overheal for every enemy infected with poison. No, thank you. All right, now we need to play as Bird. Airborne damage per level, and I can float. Ah. Early projectile count is kind of like getting another weapon. Urge. Oh, does he start with 2 jumps as well? That's kind of neat. Ooh. I'm buying the leeching crystal and we're looking for a microwave. So I can get this quest done. Even though leeching crystal is a real bad weapon or item. I don't know if these weapons I'm getting are actually even any good if I don't have Noelle's infinite size. Ooh, Cursed Doll is great. I really wish the game on its leaderboard you could sort by character. And you could see their end report for how their run went. Early wrench is actually quite good. Dev does want character-specific leaderboard. Okay, so presumably we'll get that at some point. Okay. Jeez. Oh, well, we haven't found any of the books we want yet. I'm flying circles around them. Ooh, demonic soul is huge. I do like keys. A swarm. What if I just float in the air while the swarm happens so that nothing can touch me? Oh, I should have taken the cursed tome. Yes! Okay. Now we can start randomly executing things every so often that will increase our damage. And you heard it there. Every time that happens, we just are getting stronger. More keys. Okay. That. Sized tome. I mean, sized tome would be quite nice, but... I think it falls off really hard late, so I don't think it's actually a good thing to do. We still haven't made it through the difficult swarm yet. But hopefully the airborneness will help a lot. No. I gotta take it, but don't take any more Cursed Tome stuff. Don't level it. Just take it so that it stops offering me bad tomes. Okay, looks like we're living. Especially if I just get the heck out of there. This character is at least really good at navigating. Nice. Going for any unlock? That's 2. Yes. I'm going for getting 3 of those leeching crystals, so we just need 1 more. And I'm also going for a bunch of kills as Birdo. As Bird Boy. I think it's 10,000 kills as Bird Boy. Which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot, but... does mean you have to get a run actually started. Or several runs partially started. Careful. tendency to randomly die. Come on. I need these things to die. Oh! Okay. Oh, God. I don't have, like, any life regain. If, like, one ghost touches me, I'm probably dead. No! Man. I just had no survivability, and I just got touched a couple times. Dang it! Yeah, I know I do more damage in the air, but there was no... A lot of the times there was no reason to be in the air when things were dying instantly. Obviously, I was in the air for the boss when it mattered. Early Cursed Tome is a little scary, but... should be okay. You die and give me a chest. I mean, I guess I could be floating here. It's not a lot of extra damage yet, but it is extra damage. Axe was kind of goated in that last run, not even gonna lie. Not difficulty! That's the thing I didn't want you to give me. Well, a lot of early difficulty. Surely we'll be fine. I'm eventually gonna have too much jump height. Maybe I shouldn't have taken jump height. Oh. She is squishy. I probably should have taken the armor. Okay. Oh, I was forced to take it. I wasn't forced, I could have re-rolled, but... I... I'll take it. Aegis Gamer. Dice gamer? Screw it, I don't need to, this doesn't need to be the perfect run, just send something. Couldn't get it. I've got like no damage though. Well, probably also just because I made the difficulty too high already. Ow. Oh gosh. Swarm. I mean, I could probably just reset at this point. I don't think I mean, I can open a bunch of chests and maybe something saves me. I guess I also always have the option to just run away. This character is quite good at just, I don't want to be here. I'll be over there. No. Oh, baby. It's very small, though, right now without size. Nuke! I'm living, though, with it. Bravely run away. Nice. Okay, there we go. That's excellent. What difficulty am I at already? 46% difficulty already. This is... Oh, but we've got a cheap death. Okay, all right. Maybe this is the run. What's the green down there? Swarm incoming. Oh, it's a Moai. Oh, but what if I just float around? Oh, let me up again. There we go. Size! Yes. Projectile count is huge. Projectile speed actually isn't good. I did what I shouldn't have did. Okay. Oh, one projectile count for everything. Okay, all right, all right. We're in a good spot. Don't throw. He says don't throw, and then he picks difficulty. Maybe him skill issue. I took too much difficulty also. Oh, look, more difficulty. Yeah. The cycle continues. Everything is the same as it ever was. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Nice, good random stat. Come on. Just kill the little barks. Just need the dice to target the right things. Oh, cheese would have been so helpful just a little bit earlier. I mean, it still helped me to finish this off at least. That's huge. All right, as soon as we see the harder ones, we just leave. All right, we're out. We should have more slots, or do it like a Vampire Survivors where you could merge weapons and tomes to become more OP. I agree. I think that's something that maybe the developer will add. Because yeah, stuff like that is super cool. Right now, it would kind of be too OP if you could do that. The balance would be thrown off, but... Oh, yes, size. Large. Free! Oh. Okay, now I really do more damage while airborne. If you see a 3-option Moai, do you just re-roll it, hoping for, like, at least an epic? Infinite projectiles. Size. Maybe I wanted more size. Oh, thank you. No burgers for me. I'm on a diet. Oh, credit card, huge. Could you have axes that take over the screen? Oh, yes, and we have. You can have it where you cannot see anything. Nice. I also assume there's a limit to how fast dice can gain crit. Because if it was every 6th dice that upped their crit by 1%, I feel like they would get to stupid levels of crit super early. Ooh, crit damage is huge. Would you say is my favorite build? The one that wins. I don't know. I just, it's kind of the meta, so it feels like I'm just saying, oh, of course you'd like that. It's the meta. But like, I do like big things. Just big. I also like tons of projectiles as well, though. Like dice And anything that feels like it scales infinitely, even if it's like technically not still as good after it does scale up, just feels good. You know? I'm doing it difficulty. May chaos take the world. Oh, more projectiles. Okay. That's only helpful with Kevin, but I like Kevin with all the on-hit items. Yeah, I haven't unlocked Kevin yet. I'm trying to, but haven't been successful just yet. Free! Love free. Sure, a little lifesteal should be good. The music sounds like Javanese gamelan slash Balinese gamelan. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think I can make it up there. Can I? Not quite. Unless I can land on the tree. No. Oh, from up here, though, I can do it, probably. Oh, I got bumped. There we go. Bird things. Shortcut. Soul Harvester. Oh, baby. What's down there? Challenge shrine. All right. Bird Boy is completed. Although we can get still quite a bit further in this run, I think. I don't think we're gonna get, like, a leaderboard high score here, but... Oh, that's perfect roll for the dice. No. All right, some nice rolls there. How many keys it would take to get 100%? Yeah, you can't get true 100% because of the way that it works, but... You get to functional 100%, but not real 100%. Yeah, you could get enough that you can open every chest on the map and run out of chests to open, but you can't get it, yeah, actually 100%. I really don't need that. I should banish that, actually. I should definitely banish that. When I need to be in the air. Is his chest now inside of the... Yeah. He got stuck in there, so now the chest is stuck in there. Very cool. Yeah, I can't get close enough. It won't let me. Dang it. That's nice. Until Weird Cloak gets a razor blade with double jump. Yeah. Similar. Alright, this is probably enough. I should probably go spawn the boss. Yep. I saw a chest on the... Oh, there's the microwave, but I don't have the item to copy. I just need one of the item to copy, and then I could complete the quest and get Kevin. Final swarm incoming. That Chad Bark wants the smoke. Soul Harvester 2 OP. Yep. Come on, give me the thing I need to copy. No. Nope. Darn, I tried. I gave it my all. Unless this is it. Nope. This is a good stat. Okay, we're still fine for a little while here, it seems. All right, and we completed that. Oh, also, difficulty. Don't mind if I do. Lesser greed ended civilizations. Downright diabolical. Look, we're fine. We're totally fine. See? Look at just how fine we are. Can these ghosts also drop chests? They can. It's just not super likely per ghost. Whoa, hello there. Okay, they're starting to bump me around a little. I'm not necessarily worried of dying just yet, but I am worried about getting yeeted across the entire map. Thorns. Okay. All the axes look ridiculous. Yep. With them overlapping, and it's just, it's so good. Okay. I don't really want projectile speed, but I see legendary, I take legendary. Okay. Not bad. Ooh, another chest. Oh. I will already jump too high by the end. Bigger. Whoa. Whoa. It is, probably soon time to simply leave. Sure, why not? Bitrate's having a good time. All right, there's the shield. It kind of got picked up for us, so when the shield is gone, I think we dip. I think for a true top of the leaderboard run, you'd need to go further than this. But, I think we're happy with where we've come to. And we simply leave. Look at those axes. Those are absurd. I love them. We are just not going to be able to see anything soon. Soon? Yeah, I can still see some corners of the screen. Ooh, I already have a Grandma's Secret Tonic. Second one's probably really good though, but Demonic Soul, so that I can stack it up, I really like. Oh, I probably should have opened more chests on the previous level. I kind of forgot about chests. I set opacity to 0.2 well before this point. Can't see anything. Yeah. Fine, we'll lower the opacity. But seeing is so boring. Free! So much more exciting when you just have to guess if you're gonna die. Max the opacity, I don't wanna see. There's someone who knows what's good. Bye-bye. I'm sad no anvil appeared. Yeah, it happens. Size! More! Bigger! Alright, set of swarms coming. We better be on the lookout for a swarm. You never know when something could hit us. Sure, fine. I'll save my banishes for legendaries. Okay, okay. Actually kind of a good roll on the tornado, which rarely happens. I like the axe has only good options for its upgrades. Every single upgrade it can get does help it out in some way. It doesn't have any useless, like, knockback or anything like that where you're just like, I don't want this. Or projectile speed. Like a projectile speed. Ugh. I guess. Like, what is that? What is that roll? Or Aegis never picked. It's been picked a few times. It's a whole level 3. So that's more than never. Oh, actually, I should open these chests last. I should save them. The sword knockback is so bad. Yeah, it's like actively harmful. Free. I feel like I'm being hypnotized by the axes on screen. And that's without even, like, all the opacity that we could have. Ooh, I think attack speed's better. The damage is very good, though. It actually has damage. Oh my god, size and damage, the actual good roll. This is so silly. I love it. Finally, Joe's dagger. Holy, the run is saved. All it took was until we were basically done to get the one thing that you're supposed to, like, reset over and over for. Bye-bye. A blue microwave! I still have none of the thing that I need to copy, though, for the quest. How have I never found it? I think I probably have, like, every other blue item. And now I might have too much luck. It might be too hard to find something as bad as a blue item. Maybe that's not true. I don't actually think I have that much luck. What if I banish every blue item I see? Yeah, banishing makes it never show up again. Yes, exactly. Ice cube. I could try re-rolling this to... Well, I have to take Demonic Soul. I was gonna say I could try re-rolling that to find it, but... something good actually showed up. We need more opacity. Can see too much. I think you might be right. here. Nope. Alright, my dice is actually maxed, and my axes are almost maxed. Is this a second, or is this the same? I think this is a second blue microwave. We're just being taunted. No suck either. Oh, there's a suck. All right, we can stand here, and then when things start to get dicey, we can suck. Only 8,000 gold. Poor. So very poor. Turn up that opacity. You're right. For optimal viewing experience. Ah, there we go. Oh. I can't see it. Maybe I can navigate to it by feel alone. There it is. I think that's... Is that our first Echo Shard too? Yeah, and it took this long to get one Echo Shard. That's wild. Do I already have maxed XP gain? No, not yet. Not even really close yet. Free! Oh! More chances. Not free. Darn. Not free. Whoa. I can maybe see. Gold gain. Wait, that might help me get the blue item that I need to copy. Holy demonic souls. Yeah, we've had 5 demonic souls this run. They are definitely helping our damage quite a bit. I like that the tornadoes sometimes just don't know where to go and just like are spinning above my head. What's the damage in air? 72.2 times, or 72.7, sorry. And on the ground, 19 times. just a little bit better in the air, you know. Jump height. Interesting stat to get. Imagine someone watching in 160p. What if I just float up here? Okay, I've got enough for at least one chest opening, hopefully two. We're still not at maxed XP gain. Uh-huh. We're almost at maxed XP gain. Difficulty, we're also getting kind of close. All right, we are basically capped. We are now capped on XP gain. So it is now the dump only stat. All right, that was quite a few levels. Dun, 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 dun. I love how it lists out all the random stats it gives you. Riveting gameplay. Click the thing that's the most colorful. More! More! You can also choose upgrades with 1, 2, 3 keys, but I like clicking on the thing. Okay. Free! The earlier the difficulty, the better. It's gonna get capped at some point. Free key? Oh, baby. Free, okay. Keep re-rolling. I just need to find the one blue item that I need to copy. Free, we can go again, roll again. Keep rolling. Aw. No, it wasn't even free. Ooh, I do love me a sucky magnet, but alas, out of money. All right, we are just about to max out our difficulty. Why not banish XP? Because I can use it. So see here how I don't want any of these, right? Because they're all green. They're all the lowest value I can get from them. I pick XP as a free skip. Because I already have enough of it. I pick XP, and that means that I don't have to pick a green, blech, common amount of the other ones that I actually do want. Smart. Because I'm gonna hit max level on all of these anyway. It doesn't really matter if I do it slightly earlier or slightly later. What matters is that I get the maximum value out of each of them that I can. Okay, I'm now capped on... Can't banish an owned item. Oh, I thought you could, because it shows it at the bottom like you can. Yeah, see, so how I don't want this crit chance, so I just pick these two. Wonder how high I can jump. There's apparently a ceiling. You 100% can. Well, there you go. And there you go. Maxed out on all of them. You cannot? I just tried it. Oh. Well, I don't... I'll have to try it in the next run for science. Aww. A key, but not free. Can't see the chest. Found it. Navigated by vibes. You do still get a stat increases even if everything else is maxed out, yeah? All right, let's see how much. We now have 196.3 damage times, which you guys just barely can't see under my camera. And then 1,096% crit chance at 3.4 times crit damage. Which really, we could do a lot better with that crit damage, but... Only 1,300 HP, I know. May as well be 0. I already have one of these. Banish it for slightly higher odds that maybe we can still get the blue thing that I need to copy. It's always possible. Was Domo's high score 390,000? Free? Okay, another chance. We've got another shot. We're getting keys, but... unless they're free keys, it's not as helpful as you'd think. Also, I did get pushed around a little. It's starting to get the tiniest bit of scary. Okay, it's kind of getting the larger bit of scary. I think I'm gonna have to leave soon. So unfortunately, no copying today. Oh, chest. Unless this is exactly it. Nope. All right, send it. Is it possible to turn off Axe's FX for clear screen vision? Yes. But where's the fun in that? Goodbye. All right, we'll try a little clearer. That was the final boss, by the way. So now we can kind of see through the axes and then make a pretty pattern. Why didn't the final boss spawn? You know, a bug in the game or something. Who knows? Didn't know you could one-shot. Yeah, you have to actually one-shot though, because yeah, otherwise he'll do the pylons. What happens now? You sit here and hope you get more than 390k, basically. I mean, and I won't. I don't think this is as strong as my previous run. But I don't know, it's kind of nice to take a little victory lap at the end. I mean, maybe if there's enough chests that spawn, we could get 3 of the blue item that we need. You never know. I think this run started as it did. I don't remember how this run started. Feels like it's been ages ago. Almost died a few times. Yeah. Is there a soft cap to how long a run can go, or is it technically possible to just never die? There is a cap. Not like an extremely hard cap, but eventually the ghosts have so much health that, because they scale up like exponentially or hyperbolic, I don't know the exact, exact math of it, but basically they scale up faster than you possibly can. So at a certain point, your only hope is basically to like freeze them or stun them so that they can't quite reach you and you live. and hope to have an execute chance to instantly kill them. And so you'll just eventually not execute one of them. It's gonna make it through the line, and it's gonna instantly kill you. Oh, that's a terrible one for now. There's no more charge shrines. You can hide them for hours and hours and hours, though. I didn't know about kiting them. I thought you just stood still and let them freeze, but... Aura with 100% execution is immortality. Yeah, I don't think you can get to 100% execution. You can't get to 100% basically anything in this game. Well, actually, that's not true. There's a lot of things you can get to 100%, but... 45 minutes into tier 2 swarm garbage meta. Oh, dang. Well, that's gonna be quite a score. I still have the freeze at 50% HP. I don't have a cheap death in this one, I don't think. No, wait, I do. I should. Yeah, there it is. Is this your last one of the night, or am I gonna keep going? Probably one more. I do need to consider... I can be degenerate for a few more nights, but as we start to get closer to the weekend, I have to become less degenerate so that I can get up for our best of 3 on Sunday. Nice, that demonic soul is gonna stack up like instantly. All right, let's see my damage percent in the air now. 410.4 times damage. It's pretty good. It definitely could be higher if I'd gotten Joe's dagger earlier. The opacity control in the new update is so good, sometimes it gets too hard to see with projectiles. Yeah, it's really good that you can turn down the opacity. At a certain point, you almost need to turn it to 0, because even like this is 20% opacity, and it's still a mess. Is mine Sunday? I thought it was UV Positive Vibes Saturday. It got swapped around because of scheduling issues. So our match either needed to move to Friday or to Sunday, and luckily, we could just swap it with Sunday, so it wasn't... Otherwise, it would have been Friday, nothing, Sunday. Not even a late night streams for Halloween. Well, we'll do a Halloween stream. I just can't be like too late, you know? I'm curious what 0 opacity looks like. Well, it's a little boring because it's just... Give it a second for all the axes to disappear. It's just nothing. 0%. That's just... They just don't appear. You could do 1% opacity. Just the ghost of a ghost. 0 opacity, 100 aura. Eyes finally getting some rest. Now we can see more than 4 pixels. And that's just terrible, honestly. And seeing more than 4 pixels is a tragedy. All right, level over 1,000 now. They should make the slider go up to 2 times for people who have worse vision. Yeah, double the opacity. I want to see the axes on top of my axes. What 200% opacity even look like? Would it be the inverse of the image behind the axe? Somebody invented. Even more damage while airborne. Wow. That's a good amount of damage as well. I think it is about time that I should be flying to not let them get all the way to me. Yeah, because anytime I land, they're instantly just like getting close. So maybe we just float a little up. Then it's kind of weird. Then they might like approach directly from below and then the axes don't hit them. Jump off the map to see how long I can fly for. Yeah, I could do that. I could also jump up to the ceiling. Yeah, you cannot land. Whoa! Wait, is this a chest out here? It's a fake chest? There's just a fake chest in the air. Wait, no, that's a real chest. It just... Is it? What the? It's showing on my map like there's a chest there. Oh, no, it's that one down below me. Wait. What is that? Whoop. Just slowly float down onto this chest here. It's the portal spawn. I'm going for it. Oh. I'm dropping for it. It was not worth it. Catch me if you can. Oh, look at all of them at the bottom. Whoa! You'll never catch me. It caught me. All right, 270,000. Not a new PB, but not bad, not bad. Grandma's Secret Tonic, #1 damage. Ice Cube, #2 is surprising. Axe, #3, not surprising. Soul Harvester, then Dice. Cursed Doll actually did quite a lot. Interesting. Maybe him skill issue. I need a break. Good luck on the next run. Yo, thank you. Deal 66 more damage to airborne enemies. 8% chance to knock enemy into the air. I mean, ghosts are always airborne, right? Is that good? It seems like it could be. Walked away for a second and missed what the damage distribution and such was. Well, you could look back in the VOD now. That's always possible. What's Dom's high score? 390. I don't know if it's good. I'll turn it off. Holy. I just need to get Leeching Crystal. That's all I need is 3 Leeching Crystals so I can get Kevin. And then we'll have everything unlocked. And then all that'll be left is the challenges. And I guess beating the game as every character or something. And for that big 400,000, yep. Look, there he is. He's only just barely above me with my 362.69. All right, we go for a high score. We see if we randomly get the Leeching Crystals for Kevin. I think that's the plan. Remove everything but the Leeching Crystals? Well, you can't remove everything. There's a lot of like default stuff that just is there. Like, I could remove the good stuff that I have turned on, but... eh. Oh, also... I still have some stuff on that I definitely do not need to have on. So Dexecutioner would actually help me scale up a little better, potentially, if I get Joe's Dagger, so... I will try to get Dexecutioner and Firewalker as my last 2 weapons. Give me damage. Solid. solid enough start. Executioner. Leeching Crystal. Okay. The only thing I need now is, well, I need 2 more blues, but those are easy to come by. And then I need a blue microwave. And then we'll have Kevin. One out of 3. Okay. Having deja vu, yeah. Every run is the same. Okay, we got a blue. Just one more. Maybe I should have banished that. Firewalker, excellent. I hardly know her. Okay, I have obtained the Cursed Tome. I do not need to do any more difficulty early. No burgers. All right. Ooh. Okay, living. That was a little scary swarm, but living. I want size, but I don't want no, actually duration on Flamewalker is okay. It's duration on Frostwalker that's terrible, because it's just how long you freeze them for. I mean, I guess it actually is kind of good in the late, but... I never take a weapon upgrade unless I have to, or if it's got 2 at least good stats. Okay, nice. Obviously, with an anvil, you could get 3 good stats, but that's tough to get. Very luck reliant. All right. Gonna be good for Noelle since your damage scales with frozen enemies. I mean, yeah. It's just it only matters super, super late when things actually live. Like, until then, the goal is to be so strong that everything dies instantly, so the freezing just doesn't, you know, do anything. But super, super late, when things have infinite health and you're just freezing them to survive, yeah, it's probably decent. Jeez, okay. Cursed Doll was actually surprisingly solid. Oh, there's a magnet in there. Magnet. Oh, baby. Giga Chad. Attack speed is huge. Fine. All right. Nice. Early extra experience. This is probably too much HP regen. I should probably banish it next time I see it. Free! Let's go. Also, I haven't even, like, explored half the map here. I'm slow. What's the best way to get Chaos Tome? That's the one where you charge all the shrines on all 3 tiers. size. Basically, first make sure you can make it all the way through tier 3, and then just, like, beeline it for all the shrines. Don't, like, skip other good stuff along the way, but just, like, be constantly checking the map and just, like, make sure you go and get it. So, like, you can see I'm checking the map and, like, I can see where I haven't explored yet, and I'm just, you know, heading to there and make, like, a plan. Like you're a lawnmower, you know? You kind of go back and forth across to cover everything. It can also be helpful to have a speedy character like Calcium, although isn't, like, necessary. Banish. Free banish. I need to go to the boss right after this. Oh, gosh. Do I just die here? I hope not. Okay. Okay, I'm out. I'm sad about it, but I'm out. Going too fast makes it likely to zoom past and kill the run. Well, you just have to, like, be careful and slow yourself down as you're getting near one. Yeah, I don't want that. Did not want the magnet right away, but it's fine. Ooh, I actually don't think I want to be airborne. I think I will want to be stationary instead. I think. Jeez. Don't get a full heal when you go to a new tier. Nope. So So some amount of HP regen is actually quite nice to have, but I've got 3 of the HP regen things, so this is all I want. Oh. Aw, I didn't get here in time for the double boss. So sad. Nice. Size and damage. Perfect. Eventually the size will be big enough. The only thing we'll care about is damage. Huge. I wonder if I could die on this tier 2. With too many bosses spawned. That's the best thing about Aura is that it only has 2 stats and they're both what you want. Like you don't even need an anvil. It's just always exactly what you want. Why not taking lifesteal? Because it doesn't overall help me in the long run. It would help me get my number back up to full right now, which seems good. But eventually you just get one shot, so it doesn't do anything at that point. You can't heal when you're either at full health or you're dead. So since I'm planning for the super late game, I'm not taking any more healing. Thought the blood magic guy was good because of the scaling lifesteal. He's good at like winning, but not good at setting a high score. Free, let's go. Or at least as far as I know, not good at setting a high score. I don't think I've seen high scores with him. There might be a lifesteal build that works, because there's something where, like, whenever you lifesteal, you apply stacks of stuff, I think, but... I'm gonna leave the, sucky there. Definitely need some luck. I have like no luck scaling right now. Duration and size is better for Flamewalker. Okay. No luck scaling. I know that feeling. Oh, we definitely knew that feeling last night when we didn't see a single cactus for 2 hours. Oh, that's real bad. Ugh. Chunk from trying to cut me off. I think I need to lower my opacity already. Oh, Slurp Gloves will heal me up nicely. Demonic Soul is huge. Okay. E for more free. Ooh, a legendary shrine. %, crit damage is huge. But our boss killing is really weak right now. Just give me another cheese for the boss killing. I think in theory that we should be able to survive a few minutes in the final swarm. So I don't think I need to be too worried just yet, but I don't know. Does seem a little scary. Oh, there's a chest back there. Let me go spawn the boss, then pick it up. Oh my gosh, I'm probably just dead. Yep. Ah, yeah. Not enough damage to bosses. Too much difficulty there. Dang it. And no microwaves. We searched the entire level. Sag. Yo, what up, Ivy? Makes sense when you can do billions of damage per second, but have like 500 HP. Yep. Lifesteal is based on number of hits, not the damage of the hits. Correct. So lifesteal can still heal you. It can heal you 500 HP instantly. It's just that if you take, you know, 10,000 damage in a hit and you have 500 HP, it doesn't really matter if you can lifesteal. Crashed out from get to work. Now you're speedrunning 2048. Oh, that's an interesting change of pace. Okay. I think we should probably keep our sleep schedule a little tiny bit. I mean, like, this is obviously not really a kept sleep schedule, but we maybe should go to bed now. Just so it doesn't keep getting worse. And then, let's see here. Today is now Wednesday, so Tuesday to Wednesday. So Wednesday, if I was at like, Wednesday to Thursday, if I was at like 2 a.m. Thursday to Friday, I was at midnight. That's like too much even. But like an hour each night, like 3 a.m. Wednesday to Thursday, 2 a.m. Thursday to Friday, 1 a.m. Friday to Saturday, midnight Saturday to Sunday, perfectly up in time at 10 a.m. for our games. Yeah, this seems right. This seems right. Too late already, might as well skip the night and go to bed tomorrow. True, true. So true. I mean, I'm not going to actually, like, follow that plan, but, like, it helps to have a plan that feels like it could work. You know? Big fluffy cat on watermelon. What an interesting emote. All right. In the spirit of spooky month, let me raid Ecdysis, who's doing Resident Evil 7 speedruns. Resident Evil 7's, I feel like that was a good game. I like that game. It's exactly what it is. Big fluffy cat on watermelon. I mean, yeah, it is. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon. Mods will be the second wave. The what now? Because Twitch didn't fix raids. Oh, weird. Well, you can always manually go to X. 7 or 8 that has the mommy. That's 8. 7 is the one that's like the return to the horror form of it's like, it's just in a house with like crazy people kind of a thing. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.